Buenos días. Buenos días, pedimos.
Good morning. Can we all please be seated? We are going to get started with our second day of work. Yesterday we had the opening session. We elected the chair, adopted the program, and so now we are going to work on the second item of the provisional program adopted yesterday, which is the presentation of the position paper, The Care Society: A Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality. I'm going to now give the floor to the chair for guiding us through this agenda item. Thank you very much, Secretary. Good morning, ministers, delegates. Firstly, I would like to highlight the importance of having a position document that places gender inequality as something that goes hand in hand with a development model. In this regard, the document proposes placing at the heart the sustainability of life. All people need care from the time which we are born until we die. In this regard, we believe that labor precariousness and unequal distribution of care are key to rethink the current system, transforming it into a more dynamic sector for a recovery of the economy that includes equality. Extractivism is one of the main causes of precariousness of life, and our country knows that well, and that this document recognizes asymmetry there is between developed and developing countries is a key factor to understand the ups and downs that Latin American and Caribbean countries are exposed to. This inequality in the redistribution of care directly affects women. Our country recognizes that, furthermore, it's women in their diversity who need and call for recognition of care work. Our essential task as officials is to consider and strengthen care work, particularly at the community and informal levels. In this regard, we must also acknowledge the diversity of families there are worldwide, and that in our country, that is also the case. Care is work that can be redistributed among the four faces of the diamond, care diamond: the state, the community, the family, and the market. Therefore, the central role of the state is to promote policies and services ensuring redistribution of care in an equitable manner. And one of the main pillars to be able to implement this kind of policies is investment in care infrastructure. I'd like to tell you that in Argentina, we have already invested in care infrastructure, which is over 8% of the Ministry of Public Works budget, resulting from a decision and political will to invest in transformative policies for our society. On the other hand, there's a key point here, and that is ensuring equitable redistribution, which has to do with promoting formalization of domestic workers. 3 out of every 10 women in Argentina work in this field, and the Argentine state took on the responsibility of reducing informality among these workers, creating the so-called registration program. This program entails economic support for new workers registered by the families. Over 18,600 workers have gained access to the program, thus also obtaining their labor rights. Among other progress made in our country, these are the two strong policies, but to move towards the care society, as ECLAC says, care must be recognized as a universal right and need among those who need care and caregivers. Having said this, I thank you for giving Argentina the possibility of chairing this conference. I welcome all dialogue that deepen discussions and enhance rights. I now invite the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, to introduce the document, the Care Society Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality, that was prepared by the Gender Division for this meeting.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity of sharing with you the document prepared by ECLAC called Care Society Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality, which was prepared by ECLAC in its role as technical secretariat for the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank the valuable contributions by 4 specialists, the valuable contributions of ministers and authorities of the mechanisms for the advancement of women in Latin America and the Caribbean that took place during the head table of the presiding officers in Santiago, in Chile this year in June, as well as the conference 6062 conference that took place in February and September of 2021 and 2022. We will be beginning with a brief context of the comment on the worldwide context, which was the initial comment at the meeting held a couple of weeks ago, the 39th session of ECLAC, and a bit to get our bearings, so to say, of the times in which we're meeting. These are messages that we've already heard. We're aware, we share them, but basically we're amidst this extraordinary situation of cascading crisis, exacerbating the historical events in the region. The statistics show a setback of social indicators which are jeopardizing the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are facing a development crisis, and it's no exaggeration. We are doing so, and we talked about it in the previous meeting, even with a graph showing that the average rate growth in the decade that we're in right now, from 2014 to 2024, was going to be quite lower in average for the whole region than the lost decade of the 80s was. So there's been a shortage of growth. We're doing badly. And the countries in the region as a whole are at a turning point. And with this data, we must realize that this is not a slogan, this is not a motto, this is something serious, and we need to take action. It's not a time for gradual or timid changes, as this was some sort of normality. No way, it's no normality. We need transforming and bold policies. And one of these is precisely moving forward towards the social aspects of care. This then is the general context. The summary we produced of the position paper by ECLAC in the 39th session, which was extremely important given all the diagnosis of where we stand right now in the circumstances and the reality of Latin America, we summed up in these 10 challenges. And it's not a question of repeating what has already been said. Each of these areas is a comprehensive field. But what I wanted to point out was to give you an idea in the first place of the areas that are fundamental, but also because some of these areas precisely that one we're working at and we will keep working at is the gender equality and the care society. Side by side with important issues. I mean, of course, these are not silos, right? But we have productivity and the production development and employment, and even the need to reduce inequality. Education is also an important issue. when it comes to the care society, some of the key messages, and we all know this very well because the dialogue up to now has pointed out that this is a notion requiring collective efforts, multi-scale construction, men and women, as well as different social actors. The regional gender agenda, the contributions of feminist economics, the proposals of women's and feminist movements, and the paradigm of el buen vivir, to do well and live well, give the principles that underpin the construction of a society that places care sustainability of life at the center with gender equality. These are powerful ideas. And if there's something that has transformed the world, that's ideas. So these ideas that you've elaborated on at different regional meetings that are contained in the document we are submitting today are powerful ideas and have a multiplying and transforming effect, especially when they're underpinned by leaders and significant organizations such as those present at this meeting. To avoid deepening the gender gap and moving towards substantive equality, it is vital to build greater recognition of care for people and the planet. Besides, there's a very important economic rationale, and that is that care will dynamize the informal economy of informal employments. So this is very important as a multiplying factor for growth. We also have the demographic and epidemiological transition, which is also, and they are also important factors underlying the demand for care that exists and will keep on being in place. So you see, to begin, I apologize, I need a moment. Latin America and the Caribbean is the only world region that for the last 45 years have pushing forward a regional gender agenda, focusing on public policies to promote gender issues, the autonomy of women and sustainable development. The regional development of Latin America and the Caribbean has been held since 1977, and there was a meeting in 1975, actually. We've talked during the breakfast with the ministers this morning. We've said that we should be celebrating very soon the 50th anniversary of this dialogue process. Throughout these years, different plans, commitments, and strategies have been adopted together with a global agenda. And I would like to show you the milestones that are shown here. Since they were shown during the 10th Regional Conference in Quito, the member states approved the observatory of gender equality for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this was the seed for the conceptual notion of autonomy, physical, emotional, and financial autonomy. And in 2016, during the 23rd conference, we approved the Montevideo Declaration, where the 4 structural challenges for gender equality were identified to overcome socioeconomic inequality, poverty, the social division of labor and care society, the cultural and patriarchal patterns, the gender violence and power concentration. The accumulated outcome during all these years of dialogue results in an ambitious agenda centering the autonomy of women's gender equality that in order to achieve it needs commitments with the 3 autonomies that I've mentioned, the economic, physical, and the taking decisions, which has been shown here, depicted in the central green circle. Besides, there's a rights approach. We're talking of civil, economic, social, cultural rights, the right to a free life without discrimination, collective or group rights, environmental rights, productive rights. And the regional gender agenda is also a roadmap, a progressive, innovative, hopeful roadmap articulated with global commitments, as is pointed out in the outer circle as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Beijing Platform to disentangle the 4 structural challenges of gender inequality. Ever since the first regional conference on social development of Latin America and the Caribbean in Havana in 1977, the centrality of care for gender equality has been a priority in debates and the agreements of the member states, of ECLAC member states, the right to care in the understanding of the right to receive care and self-care, or to care for oneself, is part of human rights now recognized in international covenants and treaties, which every human being enjoys, irrespective of his or her vulnerability or dependency status. Based on these rights, the sustainability of human life and the caring for the planet is possible on the principles of universality, equality, and co-responsibility regarding gender. We need to change paradigms, seeing the state as a guarantor of the right to care. And in this sense, the state is a protagonist regarding different key functions and roles, as has been said all along, which this is important. This is a notion developed about the responsibility of the state, but now we need to put it into practice in lots of countries. And that role, which is a protagonic role, includes social provision of care as part of the international standards or rules on human rights, organizing the ecosystem of services designed and offered by public and private institutions, and implementing the comprehensive care systems, recognizing care work, and guaranteeing the rights of those who provide care, establishing quality standards and different forms of financing, pursuing cultural and educational policies to promote social and gender co-responsibility. As you see, the approach has been very, very clearly stated. These are the terms that the agencies believe should be the role of the state to move forward in the agenda that you've put together and which is posed in the document and in the draft declaration. The Care Society is an innovative proposal, as we've said, considering this as a central part, care as a central part in social ordering. And in this sense, it's not exaggerated to say that it focuses on an option to the current development model, proposing that the organization of society focuses on the sustainability of life, and that's in the center, as we see in the chart, conceiving society where the time availability of resources and services needed for the sustainability of life is based on gender equality and the right to care. Besides, the Care Society post articulates 3 principles regarding caring for people and caring for the planet: eco-dependence, recognizing human dependence on nature; interdependency, recognizing dependence between people and different areas, such as the economic, social, environmental, and cultural spheres; and co-responsibility, recognizing that caring needs are intrinsic to human beings and that they need to be distributed between men and women, household, families, persons, markets, states, and communities. Chapter 5 of the report deals on the features and macroeconomic challenges for a care society worldwide. One of the main challenges is about the need for diversification, the trade and productive diversifications, generating a drive for growth, in particular in sectors with a better opportunity for jobs for men and women. In South American countries, with intensive exports of raw materials and natural resource-based exports, only 1 of every 10 women see to or are engaged in an employment relating to exports. What is more related to more rather like extractivism, the mining, etc. In Central America, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic, the diversification of exports regarding manufactures of fruit is more intensive for women. 2 of every 10 women are employed in the exporting sector, including the maquila or the textile industry, clothes manufacturing, some electronics, and in some countries, more and more modern entrepreneurial services. It's a little bit more, but it's only 2 out of 10. So certainly nothing very good. However, the exporting pattern and the insertion of the global value chains is based either on raw materials or the predominance of manufacture with a low value added. They are not highly technological sectors or not intensive in knowledge, and there are big gaps in the participation of men and women. And that's why this is an issue that is really related to the first issue presented on the first days about the transformation of the economics and the productive development of the region.
The export pattern in Latin America and the Caribbean based on commodities or low value-added manufacturers creates relatively few jobs for women. For international trade to contribute to women's economic autonomy and to the sustainability of life, it's necessary to diversify the productive and trade structure of the countries. And that is a conversation in itself. And there are a series of new instruments on how to do that. And we are going to emphasize this a lot in ECLAC's work in the next few years. It's important to boost sectors that contribute to improved living conditions of the people, that are more knowledge intensive, that create more high quality jobs for men and women, and also that they take into account the time required for reproductive work in life. This must be done in a framework of sustainability, reducing the environmental footprint, promoting sustainable patterns in production, consumption, and distribution. Another important economic dimension that we've mentioned because of how important it is, and it was mentioned this morning at breakfast with the ministers, and that is related to gender inequalities, is a fiscal policy. The fiscal policy is not neutral regarding gender inequalities. According to its characteristics, it can affect women and men differently as workers, producers, consumers, and those who are or are not responsible for unpaid care work. In that regard, Latin America and the Caribbean is characterized, among other factors, because of the regressive bias that disproportionately affects women with low incomes and women living in poverty. And also it's characterized by insufficient financing for gender equality policy and women's rights. This is partly related to tax systems with limited revenues, high rates of evasion and avoidance, and several tax exemptions. When we think of a greater demand for care because of the aging of the population, it's clear that fiscal policies in the region will face a significant challenge in the next few years, that of opening the fiscal space to provide the necessary resources to finance expansion of care networks in the short term. This little fiscal space there is because of the spending on recent crisis and because of the higher cost of public debt and the higher cost of financing brought about by an increase in interest rates, which is related to fighting against inflation worldwide. All this exerts pressure on so as to have caps or that we are currently on spending, which would go against this moving towards a care society. This is to show you that it's not the best time regarding the investment and spending capacity. As I said in my opening words, among the most powerful instruments that the governments have to ensure gender equality are the ministries of finance and the public budgets that, of course, must be approved by parliaments. Within that scenario, it's necessary for governments and societies to protect social spending targeted to care and services for women. A very important argument to favor the care economy and the economic effects of public investment in this is that this generates a virtuous circle in the economy overall, as can be seen in this graph, because additional investments bring about revenue income for those in the sector. This increases consumption and therefore the GDP, and thus tax collection too increases. In the case of Mexico, UN Women and ECLAC estimate that a universal free childcare system would require an additional investment of 1.2% of GDP, and this would boost overall employment by 3.9, almost 4%, and GDP by 1.7, while increasing tax revenues by 0.3% of GDP. Furthermore, for the region as a whole, ECLAC estimates that for closing the gender-related labor market participation gap, this could boost the region's GDP by close to 7 percentage points by 2030 if these gender gaps were closed. Besides being the proper thing to do, investment in care systems entails a high economic return rate and a social one too. All ministers in charge of these matters vis-à-vis the dialogues with ministers of finance. Well, this is an important argument to bear in mind because there's an economic rationale that is very positive indeed, economic and social, I must say. Another economic dimension that is extremely important and has been addressed at different regional meetings and that is revisited in the position document that we are presenting is that when unpaid work of women in households is given a cash value, this plays a critical role in the economy, but it's not visible, it's not measured, and it's not taken into account in national accounts or in the GDP of the different countries. This graph shows the outcomes of several exercises to appraise this in the region for 10 countries. As you can see, unpaid work as a percentage of GDP is equal to between 16 and 28% of GDP, depending on the country. And 74% of unpaid work is performed by women. That is 3/4 of it. In brief, the basic diagnostic study we've carried out has to do with the productive development structure and the export matrix, generally poorly diversified and technologically unsophisticated, with low value-added activities that generate relatively few quality jobs for women. Therefore, how important production development and the increase in productivity is. And as to the fiscal structure, it's fragile with regressive biases that affect women and is insufficient to finance investments required by the care society, particularly in light of the expected surge in the demand for care and the need to invest in gender equality. Within this context, we must bring about changes in the orientation of fiscal, productive, and trade policies from a gender perspective. This would mean essentially targeting the productive structure in the region towards sectors that contribute to the sustainability of life, that are more knowledge intensive, creating quality jobs and economic opportunities for women, and that are also low carbon intensive. As to the fiscal areas, revenue must be progressively increased to favor the welfare states and the care society, diminishing tax evasion and avoidance, and allocating sufficient sources to policy for gender equality and universal social protection systems, investing strategically in national care systems. Chapter 2 of the document addresses the inherent link between the sexual division of labor and gender inequality, and it has to do with the impact of gender inequality on the cascading crisis, inflation, the pandemic, the environmental crisis. Cascading crises, mainly those brought about by COVID-19, have deepened gender inequalities. If we see this through these 4 challenges for gender inequality in the region, we can say that socioeconomic inequality and poverty have worsened with the expulsion of women, and then the consequences of the sexual division of labor have affected this. Women work usually in the most affected areas, domestic paid work, unpaid work, tourism, and they were affected in those areas carried out by women. Then there are patriarchal cultural patterns that were exacerbated through confinement and close down of care services to address violence against women and girls, and the shortage of sexual and reproductive health services. And fourth, the concentration of power became more visible with less women involved in decision-making in pandemic responses, although they are a majority in the front lines like education, health, and social services. In this graph, we see how the pandemic led to a setback in the participation of women that went down to an level unprecedented since 2002. You can also notice how there are high gaps in the labor participation between men and women brought about by an overburden of domestic work for women. Almost 1 out of 2 women participate in the labor market, and the participation rate from 50% in 2021 then went down to a lot less than that of men, that was 74%. And in this other graph, you can see how the increase in the demand for care linked to the pandemic affected those households with their children. Here you can see this in the purple bars. Between 2019 and 2020, in houses with under 5-year-olds, those women that were employed dropped by 11.8%, almost 12%, compared to 8.1% in the case of men. It is clear that the lack of co-responsibility in homes worsens the situation of women, pushing them out of the labor market, limiting their economic autonomy. Quite a dramatic aspect of the reality we are analyzing is that the sexual division of labor is established at an early age and is reinforced by harmful practices such as child marriage linked to patriarchal cultural patterns. Available data for our region is that 1 in 5 youths between the 18 and 24 had married before the age of 18, and married girls or those in union devote double the time to domestic work, and sometimes it goes up to a whole day of work. Access to comprehensive sexual services is key for the development of girls and youth. Countries like Costa Rica reported significant reductions in the last 10 years in adolescent pregnancy after adopting sexuality education programs at schools. Another significant aspect is that the structural challenge of power concentration is reflected in the scarcity of time, so women cannot participate so much in public and political life. In 2021, women held 33.6% of seats in national parliaments, and in subnational bodies, only 25%. All this shows that Latin America and the Caribbean is still far from achieving gender parity in politics. Finally, we wanted to highlight in this presentation that the region has given important steps forward as to georeferencing for the design of care policies that are more effective at the local level. It's important for care to be analyzed in a specific manner, bearing in mind the differentiating needs of people living in cities and rural areas. Access, infrastructure, access to transportation and connectivity are crucial factors that determine how much time is spent on care work. A few examples in which ECLAC collaborates with local governments is the care map for Argentina, including several organizations and educational institutions providing services. Then the piloting of care communities in the Dominican Republic is another example, based on social demographic indicators, administrative registers of the many social programs at territorial level, and the care service districts in Bogotá. that geo-references the different blocks and with several gender-based indicators allow a better design of an implementation of the care service district.
The other chapter,
demográficos
the other chapter analyzes care and demographic, epidemiological, economic changes. To transform the unfair distribution of care, we need to know the economic, demographic, and epidemiological trends that led to the current setting. And of course, counting on a perspective looking forward, a long-term thing, providing information on the current and future demand. The provisions for care demands are particularly important because they allow to think and to find alternatives to the current care distribution model. And this has to do with the epidemiological and demographic changes, recognizing that the care demand for unpaid work depends on the number of people available to exercise care jobs, as well as the demand or the intensity of care demand of the people inhabiting that situation. We use the Duran scale to get an approximate figure regarding the demographic situation and the impact on the demand for care in the different age groups. I won't explain the technical details of how to put together this scale, but we have the autonomous person here, Maria Alejandra Duran. Maria Alejandra Duran is here with us, and she will be one of the commentators to the panel. So you can ask her in detail how, because she invented the Duran scale. So you can ask her how to construct this scale. But I understand it's quite clear in the chart. And here we appreciate clearly the green line represents the demand for care generated by people who are 65 and over. And though we haven't solved yet the issue of caring for boys and girls, what we have to face in the coming years is an enormous growth. Look at the burden of care of the elderly, which is much more than the care for boys and girls. This information is key to anticipate the budget allocations that the state needs to allocate for the provision of services that can care for this demand. And I think this is one of the most important charts that the ministers for finance need to be aware of. Another important issue is that the different demographic transitions affect the timing of the turning point in demand for care. In these charts, we see the population charts that show advanced aging at the left, moderate aging at the center, and mild aging. For the advanced aging countries, 2025, for the caring of 65 and over will be greater than 0 to 15-year-old children. The load of caring will go from 2.1 units per person in 2020 to 2.7 in 2050. This means that the current demographic distribution, 15 to 64 years old, uses an average 1 unit of care for him or herself and 1.5 of people. By 2050, caring for others will be 1.7 units, meaning 55% more or a 55% growth. Of those units, 0.5 correspond to the caring that the next generations, while 1.1 units will be to care for the previous generations. The countries with moderate aging, the middle graph, show a reduction of the demand for care since 1970, which would extend to 2025, and from there on would go up again. And in the countries with mild aging, the trend is towards the reduction of the demand for care till 2050. However, ever since 2070, the 65 and over population will demand more care than the child population. The thing is that the magnitude of this transformation requires a change in paradigm as to the way of formulating the care policies, prioritizing the care of children. Besides the demographic transitions, another important factor in the care demands are the epidemiological changes. Here we're talking about demand for care with disabilities or chronic dependent persons. There's a growing demand for care for persons who are dependent owing to disability or chronic illness. In this, we can see in the households, families, and households, family, and community. The time devoted by men to caring for household members subject to dependency owing to disability or chronic diseases is one of the points. And there's a growing demand for caring for disabled people or non-self providing. We have information that women participate more than men supplying this care, 10 to 27 hours a week. The chapter on number 5 analyzes the important issue of labor market and the connection with the care work. One of the first items to point out is that there is a sharp asymmetry in the total workload of men and women in all the countries. The people employed, the load for women is superior, is greater than men, going from 2.4 and 21 hours a week. The women almost use 20% rounding up in domestic care for the time and unpaid work, but men only 6.3. Women use almost 3 times as much as men in these activities. The labor market is also central regarding which the people articulate their time. In this sense, an important job to move towards gender equality is in labor markets, a space where most of the money revenue is generated in the region and thus a source of economic autonomy for women. However, if we don't avoid the stereotypes from reproducing there, this will turn into a place where these inequalities are disseminated, especially regarding economic autonomy. There are urgent challenges so that the labor market is consistent with a care society. Some of them are briefly depicted, but they're all key. We need work days consistent with the care job. The 16 countries have the same legislation or equal or above the ILO 44-hour provision. And we also need greater paternity leave, which is not enough. Cuba, Chile, Colombia, Paraguay, and Venezuela are the only countries with 18 weeks or more for maternity leave, as the ILO suggests. But parental leave are very brief and mean the involvement of the men and the newborns. Only 4 have 13 to 15 parental leave, and Venezuela and Uruguay and Colombia and Chile. And we need greater parental leaves of the countries that grant parental leaves for children being born or adopted. There are very few countries in the region that have implemented this kind of a leave. That's Chile, Colombia, Cuba, and Uruguay. And the increase of employment in emerging sectors linked to digitalization presents challenges given the increase for care and the persistent digital gender gap. 4 in 10 women in the region have no internet connection or cannot afford internet access. But all this of the digital revolution and the platform economy, of course, fosters a very in-depth discussion about labor contracts, employment contracts. That's the new world, right? That we're witnessing. As you know, I worked 14 years at ILO, and when the ILO held its 100th anniversary celebration in 2019, the issue was the future of work. And this is one of the key issues in the discussion, how to guarantee labor rights given a world that by the 21st century, the whole productive paradigm, trade and business paradigms and patterns are being transformed. So this is a big issue, an important issue. 1 of every 3 employed women are employed in care economy, which is formed by 3 basic subsectors: health, education, and domestic work in a paid manner. This is a sector, the care economy in general, clearly feminized and at the same time key for a welfare life. And we say we have to care for the carers. And in the document, you will see detailed information about the labor conditions of caregivers for paid work regarding health, education. 3 fields that are closely connected, whether because they provide direct caring or because the jobs that take place there have a continuity regarding time organization in households such as education and health. Women are 73% of the employed persons in the health sector. Imagine imagine what this means, how important caring is. 70% of the people employed in education and 91% of those employed in domestic paid work. This is amazing, amazing that we need to reflect on that. And in spite of that, they're underrepresented in board positions. In the three sectors, there is a big gap, salary gap that worsens things, which is important to point out that women that are Afro-descendant or indigenous have the worst salaries in the four sectors that we've analyzed. In the case of health, the average salary of men is 3 times of Afro-descendant or indigenous men is 3 times as much as that of those same women. Now we're going to use some sectors to these 3 sectors. The domestic paid work is an important source of employment from 11 to 18 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean. 93% of them are women. This is a traditionally feminized occupation. In some countries such as Argentina, Costa Rica, Paraguay, the sector employs over 40% of the overall feminine labor force. And as you see in the circles in the chart. However, the big regulatory progress recognizing the rights of paid domestic workers in Latin America, there's still a big level of informality and non-performance. This shows as a lack of contract, lack of paid social security, and not a payment of the premium provided for by law. Given the weight of paid remunerated domestic workers in all the countries, we believe in the discussion to move forward towards a national system of care, moving towards a more democratic and fairer societies. We need to think of the contribution made by domestic paid workers and to ask ourselves about the existence of worse labor conditions, even in the countries that have full legal recognition of their rights. And in this sense, we want to point out the importance of ratifying Covenant number 189 of ILO.
Another of the key sectors of the care economy is health. During the pandemic, it was clearer than ever how essential health workers were and the participation of women in this group, despite being a majority, since 73% of the workers in the health sector are women. Only 4% of women hold executive positions against a much higher number of men. The sexual division of women labor also happens in this sector. Women fill positions with lower salaries, so the salary gap is 39%, almost 40%, the highest among the paid sectors of the care economy, that is the health sector. Was 25% of men employed in the health sector medical professionals, and only 10% of women are in that category. And then in education, which was also at the forefront during the pandemic, this is a highly feminized sector. Almost 1 out of every 10 employed women are in this sector. For all countries, at least half of jobs in the education sector are public. In education, we have the sexual division of labor too. Women are a majority in the sectors working directly with girls and boys in early childhood. And men, you find a concentration in higher education, the subsector with the highest wages. And if we look at skills, there must be a gap there too. And to wrap up somehow, here there's an empirical or factual message that the document spells out, and that is the absence or weakness of care policies and systems affects women's autonomy in Latin America and the Caribbean and reinforces the structural challenges of inequality. We've already delved deep into what this definition means. The gaps and unfair situations as surfaced by the document must reaffirm the conviction or the belief that we don't have to implement gradual changes, but instead bold and transformation policies. This is what we set forth during the 39th session 2 weeks ago in Buenos Aires. Now, as to the design of care policies, some guiding principles that we elaborate on in the document are very important: universality and progressivity. These go hand in hand because it's necessary to recognize that in-law care is a universal human right. It may be progressive based on the prioritization of the needs of different populations, particularly those that permanently or temporarily depend on others, and the caregivers must be considered as priority populations when generating progressive mechanisms in accessing care policies. Then an intersectional interinstitutional approach. That's the second criteria requiring the coordinated work of different ministries at government level. Co-responsibility. This refers to co-responsibility between men and women and also between the state, the market, households, and the community. An intersectional view or localized ones has to do with one that considers demographic, social, economic, cultural, and territorial characteristics in which care relations are embedded, and financial sustainability entails allocation of enough budgetary resources to ensure continuity of policies. In brief, I'd like to highlight 5 key areas in public policies for the care society, which are the way in which the document brings together recommendations, comprehensive care policies and systems. And it's not only a matter of creating new services, but also of reorienting pre-existing social protection services to transform them and have them include a human rights and gender-based approach. Fiscal compacts with a gender perspective. We must increase the revenue of those in the highest deciles of growth. That is to say, progressively to finance the care society we aspire to. Labor market policies. In this regard, you have the need to generate better quality jobs, which is closely linked to what we mentioned about trade policies, production policies. And then we also have the regulations of the labor markets that we also covered. And then we have this acceleration in technology. There are many forms of work that are essential for social reproduction. It's essential to have a market that adjusts to the needs of the people, including the autonomy of women and to the characteristics of the production systems in this new era of accelerated technological change. Fourth, inclusive digitization and closing of the digital gender divide. We must increase broadband connectivity and also ensure accessibility to the digital revolution. That is to say, the possibility for households to be able to afford the cost and connect to the internet. So the countries in the region have implemented a basic digital basket, including a laptop, a smartphone, a tablet. And next week, we have the ELAC meeting, which are science and technology ministers from all countries. We won't have as many participants, but all countries will be represented, and we'll look into the digital agenda. It's a meeting that is held periodically, and it's another of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC. And no, not yet. I haven't come to the end. To conclude, we must reiterate that defining and implementing care policies calls for affirmative actions in fiscal aspects, employment, and industrial, economic, and social policies in the short, medium, and long terms. This entails guaranteeing the rights of persons who need care and of persons who provide care, and shed light on the multiplier effects of the care economy, implementing policies that give consideration to time, resources, benefits, and quality services, eliminate precarious work conditions in the care sector, generate information, and advance in the georeferencing of data on time use, women's labor participation, and gender gaps. Okay, I would like to congratulate all of you for this process. This is, in a nutshell, 45 years of collective building and work. I mean, this vision could not be clearer. The most difficult thing is how to go about this, how to finance it, how to bring it down to the territories in the different countries, down to the households and production sectors. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al secretario.
So we would like to thank Jose Manuel Salazar, ECLAC's Executive Secretary, for submitting this document addressing the challenges that care society has, something that lots of our countries are working at to institutionalize and creating relationships that allows the formalization of devices, allowing for a recovery in a sustainable way. Give me a second, please. Okay, so then we will start hearing the comments on the document, and then I would like my colleague, Antonia Orellana, Minister of Women's Affairs and Gender Equity of Chile, to hear her comments. But I do beg only 10 minutes. I have a card that I won't be using to stop you extending the time. So I count on you. Thank you, Antonia. Please take the floor. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So I have to keep my own time, right? So that you don't have to flag that card at me. Good morning to all the delegations, to the representatives. The document submitted by the Executive Secretary a moment ago, the ECLAC Executive Secretary, is a very important contribution for the work that the different countries in the region have ahead of us to focus on care. And I want to thank that paper because it's a robust paper that no doubt in the different elements composing it will allow to strengthen the discussions that all of us need to address in our countries as to the care society that we would like to build. The job of recognizing the right to care, of guaranteeing it, allowing for its exercise, allows for a practice that feminists are pretty much aware of, using something that is completely outside the political discussion. Right, this is an international summit, I understand. It's not in that position here, but otherwise, when we need to position it all the time, by unveiling that was seen as something natural, to question and challenge this notion and making visible the inequalities entailed by it. In this case, to transform societies and the care societies, we want precisely, as the Executive Secretary said, we have to transform the development model. So the reproduction of our society and production too also need to be changed. And I believe what is pertinent is the sexual division of labor to be considered with the significance it has when we talk about gender inequality. We can't assume that this is so just because such a rate of inequality in the distribution of the workload. This gives us an idea, a socially conveyed idea that is replicated in the different cultures and educational institutions and other cultural expressions that tries to make natural the fact that we all need care, as we said yesterday, but only women are caregivers. And this was expressed yesterday in the figures mentioned as to that early sexual distribution or division of labor, and even young girls. So we have to insist on the eradication of child labor, emphasizing our efforts on girls. That's still a pending thing in our regions, on our to-do list. And it was wonderful to have Congresswoman May Delcini here and yesterday in Chile paying attention to a recommendation that different agencies present had made. We prohibited child marriage in Chile yesterday. It was passed yesterday. Forbidding marriage of anybody under 18. And then as to the sexual division of labor, that's a parallel discussion, but pretty significant too. And we've called it in Chile the non-sexist education. Is not the same as the pertinent discussion about integral sexual education, but the focus here focuses on the educational institution in society, visioning education as important, socially important in the putting together curricula and teaching practices, and how we can transform this hand in hand with the educational community. 3 months ago, when the first round was concluded, the first non-sexist round in which the public schools participated with 12-year-old students, 12 or more, that is. And precisely in these weeks, we're holding the second roundtable with a effective participation percentage for adolescents. The second meeting is called Your Voice is Law, because to be familiar with the non-sexist educational project, this is for it. And then the care society and this discussion that we've voiced need to be phrased and considered in a post-COVID demographic situation. In our countries, we're in different circumstances, but we're descaling and trying to go back to normality. And with the cascading crisis that were mentioned, I need to mention that in Latin America and the Caribbean, this is also part of the migration crisis that has reached such figures that has turned into humanitarian and political crisis in lots of our countries, which puts pressure on all this discussion about social services, as well as to understand the different models to uphold care in a region. We can't expect, as has happened very often in this story, to have a model that comes from it's a global model and imported into our region. The northern countries have a tradition about welfare states and gender equality, and that's different from our reality. And in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to use our own notions and histories as a basis to be able to construct care and social welfare in our own manner. In many cases, and we have a sad experience about this in Chile, and we also need to focus and be careful about the necessary incorporation of the private sector in this discussion. Because if we know something well enough in Chile is that we don't guarantee a right, that turns, if it's not guaranteed, it turns into something traded and it becomes business. And we certainly can't accept that for care. And we would like to sum up the guarantee of how to involve this. We talked it over with the private sector, always recognizing care as a right that needs to be guaranteed. And that in this sense, the private sector have the obligation, because of international law included, of not accepting that. And in the second place, of using due diligence and giving the state the preponderant role of supervising the guarantee of care situations and keeping an eye on the gender relationships in our societies. So as the position document says, we're talking about co-responsibility and social co-responsibility, because at least in Chile, and as in many other cases, with no exception in the region, 6 of every 10 households are the head of the household is the woman. And that's how can that woman be co-responsible with somebody else? So if we look at the distribution in that same household, we're not doing anything to change. So we have to look at the real family structures, not those that some would like to be the reality, but the actual family structures of our region. And that's a way of looking at reality as it is. And in this sense, I would like to stress that diversity of existing reality needs to be reflected. So to care for in the city is different from the rural areas. If it's a migrant, it's also different. If it's different, if you live in a place or if you're a migrant, if you're Afro-descendant, it's also different. And on the other hand, the value that many indigenous people consider of the earth, the planet Earth, the community models of sharing care tasks, including bringing up children or caring for the elderly. As our people have, all this has to be considered in an intersectoral way. So it's this diverse reality that needs us to move forward on a diverse perspective of the community of families. For many families, diverse families, for many diverse families, and we're talking of the LGBTIQ plus communities, we're thinking of blood bonds or blood relations or legal relations. And thus, we don't ground our care systems on those notions. But thanks to the progress made in our regions of the transfrontal community, and I, from the bottom of my heart, wish this is so, we will no longer have a 35-year-old life expectancy in our region, and we will have elderly trans people in our region too. So you see, elderly trans people will require also care as anybody else. And in this sense, the intersectorial aspect is fundamental and poses a regulatory challenge for governance, as the Dominican colleagues have said, the Colombian colleagues, and all the connection there is between the different structures of the state and the relationship of vulnerable communities that we need to address a gender perspective, and leaving this spending for the CSW for data protection regarding or in the framework of the new technologies. So I'm running out of time. I apologize, Madam Chair. And in this sense, I won't read all these pages, but I'd like to talk about the commitment that this means. Digital governance challenges, public governance challenges, the challenge of addressing these futures that we are building today regarding the changes and how this show in the family structure and social structure, challenge gender stereotypes within the public policy. This is also means to convince our people of the importance of moving towards the care society. We can't expect to think that because that we have so many data, this is going to happen just because. We have to talk people into it. We have to convince those sectors that are not part of our governments to show that we need greater care. And this is also part of the pillar of our society, that with integral care systems, not only women, but others will access labor market. And thus we are going to improve our development, wealth, and civility indicators and girls and adolescents will be able to study in a better way because the care systems favor health and favor the autonomy of everybody, including those that are disabled and elderly people that are growingly a fundamental part of our demography, and thus improving social cohesion. Lots of social problems that we face daily in our government, the homeless children, the abandoned or derelict elderly, the lack of preventive health. Lots of these intersect with the lack of caring systems. So these data we have with us, and I'm pretty sure we can use them to convince all the care sectors the fact that care is not a burden, it's an investment of high social resilience and fiscal progressivity. You see, I'm done, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you very much, Antonia, Minister for Women and Gender Equality in Chile. Thanks for your enriching contributions. It's a pleasure now to welcome Maria Ángeles Durán, researcher at the Spanish National Research Council of Spain. Maria Ángeles, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. 10 minutes to address a very complex text with a wealth of information and a lot of participation. It has brought together opinions and contributions, not only of ECLAC, but of many other organizations, academia. In 10 minutes, well, I can't say much. And what can I do if ultimately I come from a research council and in a panel in which all are involved in the daily work in this field, and everybody's very passionate, and academicians can't show that. So I apologize for this sort of colder view. I would speak to you differently about the document, but my role here today is to address you as a researcher of care and non-monetarized economies. In all countries in the region, as well as in Spain, there are several simultaneous production forms. One of them is a market that's very strong, but another is other households, which are also very strong. And then there's the state and those entities that do not wish to obtain any benefits. Market is governed by exchanges, and if there's no exchange that is benefit-based, they are not interested in it. It would disappear if it had no benefits. Households, there's a rationale of donation, but who gives to who and how far do we have to go regarding donation? And then we have the state that is different from the other two systems because it has strength, it can impose, it can demand, it is legitimized to address a certain level of conflict, but to what extent? Who will state exert pressure on? To who will it distribute that it has obtained through exerting pressure on others, through taxes mainly? And then there are the not-for-profit organizations that bring together family elements related to grants or donations. And then as to the national accounts of the countries, they're so small that they're included just like households are. I have nothing to object. I would just like to congratulate you for the document that makes great progress regarding other documents. But I must say a few things as a researcher. First of all, do we really trust the state so much? Do we rely on it so much? On the one hand, we should ask the state for honesty, that there be no corruption and that it be efficient. And society many times does not trust the efficiency and honesty of the state machinery. It's sad to have to recognize this, but that is how it works. Secondly, we must highlight that in situations as the current one with overall indebtedness in the region and the prospects of having less resources, because in many cases the production activities have come to a halt after the pandemic, well, leads us to the worst scenario. What's better than to have a go at ambitious care policies, knowing that we will not have enough fiscal support for them, knowing that we have legislative procedures. Look at the elections taking place these days to see that half of the population in our countries, including Spain, will not support measures that entail a high increase in taxes. This is somehow a regulatory document spelling out what should be done, but that's the greatest flaw in the document, and I think that a meeting like this could reinforce it. Who will undertake the cost of the redistribution? What will be the level of resistance to this? We can't be so naive so as to think that we are going to improve services. Yes, okay, but that's an effort that everyone must contribute to. Who's going to make that effort? And sometimes we are too optimistic. I can give you figures that I've studied in great detail. If we use $1 million to create jobs in the public care services, calculations show us that we will create 22 jobs, supposing that the $1 million is given to us, or else we've got to take it from somewhere else. And if we remove it from the building of social dwellings, in that case, we would create 14 jobs. So 22 minus 14 is not that high of a benefit. And this is calculated based on very low salaries and jobs that are not good quality ones for women particularly. So if they are good quality jobs, instead of creating 22 minus 14, they will cost double because we are going to pay them better. So there's a technical complexity for creating multipliers that must be borne in mind. And the insolvent demand is the one we are interested in. The solvent one we shouldn't worry about because they can buy the solution on the market. An insolvent demand faces another difficulty, which is very flexible. If we have children in the streets, or we have older persons that have been abandoned, just walk around any big city. I saw it in Buenos Aires yesterday. I saw it in Madrid the other day. If we spend the $1 million, maybe we can provide them with what is essential. But once they're better off, we would like to have better coverage and better quality services. So the demand is indeed elastic. And when we have a forecast of how much it will cost to meet demands, which many times is not only explicit, but also implicit. I'm sorry, I think I still have 3 or 4 minutes left. Don't interrupt me, please. When well, care is an activity in which there's a lot of affection involved, but also disaffection. And we don't talk about disaffection that affects care because many times it's mandatory care that comes through leaving our job and entail long working days. And there's no trade union agreement that says that you've got to be there Saturday, Sunday, Christmas, and you continue working even if you have a headache. I would like you to recall that when we calculate what a dependent person needs, if we apply labor legislation to them, you know how many persons we need for 365 days, 24 hours a day. If that person were at home, we need 5 workers for every dependent person. I mean, it's like a telescope with a person there 24 hours a day. And if a person is like, a dependent person is like a telescope, we have to multiply it by 5 for each dependent person, taken into account the rest days that are necessary. And I'll now give you a figure I prepared for Spain only, but, well, this is it. But we've got to look at what is wealth, what is growth, because if we measure it with the legacy of our School of Economics stemming from Adam Smith, and if we take into account what Francois Chesnay said, we have national accounts that exclude us. And if we say it's up to 22%, but 22% allocating a value equivalent to 1 household worker when the average should be a lot higher. And if what we estimate is the opportunity cost, it's not 22 or 17, but double that. And we must think that half of the countries in Latin America have reached the stage of demographic maturity, and we will have to care for older persons, that if they reach the figures of many countries, they'll live 20 years out of the labor market and must live on their savings or on what the state provides to them. But they have 20 years left, and it's not a small child that you've just brought into this world. They're bidding farewell to their lives. And the huge paradox of care is if that dependent person is well cared for, it's even more expensive, because instead of the person dying soon, because that would be the cheapest option, that will not be the case. People will be living longer. We're not talking about only a slight change. This is not just an addendum. This is a whole revolution. For Spain, for instance, I can tell you that all public servants, just under 3.5 million people, that is, when we had that survey on the use of time under the Statistics Institute following the 1995 recommendation of Beijing. Well, now Latin American countries have also carried out these surveys. We have a population with greater aging than in Latin America, and in our households, every year, 130 hours per used in the households for every 100 on the labor market. If these 130 supplementing the paid hours, that is 100 measured by the economy, if we would like to say that 2.8 million new jobs should be created in this sector in Spain, and the whole of the public sector has 3.5 million. Look at these figures. I mean, everything connects under the economy. If we move up one pillar of the economy, another will collapse. And then came the pandemic, and there were no longer monetarized economy services, and the system of the non-monetarized economy had to be very creative to supplement what the monetarized economy is no longer producing. I mean, any transfer doesn't entail an addendum, or how can we call this? Whatever you want to name it. Only 10% of unpaid work. I mean, it's not free because there's also conflicts in the households, but only 10% of the work carried out with quite an aged population like in Spain would call for an increase of close to 70% of public employment, and the remaining 90% of unpaid work would remain in the hands of women. I mean, we need a new science to analyze all this. Well, that's what we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, María Ángeles Durán of the Instituto Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, the Spanish National Research Council of Spain. And now, Maria Noel Baeza, the Regional Director for the Americas of the Caribbean of UN Women. We will ask her to take the floor and talk to us of empowering women. Good morning, everybody. For me, it's an honor to be at this head table after hearing the executive Seplak of ECLAC. Amazing. His presentation was amazing and absolutely full of details, and thinking of the road we need to follow. This report is really enlightening in that respect, and I want to congratulate Ana Güemes, the team that she presides over, Nicole Videgain, Kuro, all those wonderful contributions that are enlightening the way forward by providing these analyses that we share at UN Women and we use every day and co-create. I would also like to greet Antonia Orellana. I loved your words, and I love that fact that UN Women in Chile is supporting this process led by the minister together with other cabinet ministers. And Maria Angeles, the only thing I didn't hear is the heresy. Is a word that you've invented. A wonderful presentation you had too. So there's not much to say, and I don't have much time. But do you remember when the violence issue, gender violence was, everybody said it was domestic, a household issue? Imagine how we've moved forward. We've outlined the femicide felony as a crime. We have institutions. We don't have the budget, not that much budget to fight it, but we've made progress. Okay, so care has to move out of household. It's public, it's economic, it's an issue that needs a cultural revolution. It's something fundamental to move the economy, as we heard from the ECLAC executive secretary. And now it's public, and it's the public domain. And this conference will be a game changer. That's why I insist care as an issue is now a pillar of all we need for welfare and to live a proper life, like education, health, social security, and care. And for that, we need what ECLAC said, a big change in the concept of sustainable human development, in the concept of the development of our region. And I hope this conference throws light on that, not towards the care society, caring for people and for the planet in our dear region. That cascading crisis that ECLAC mentioned entails those four big changes: the change in the sexual division of labor, the power concentration, patriarchal patterns, and of course, a change in development. So these are very strong messages that we need to insist on. And I hope they are reflected in the declaration that you will be adopting. The link is clear between segregating work, between the sexual division of work, which ever since we're born, care falls in the woman's hands. I mean, care equal women. We have to destroy that paradigm and we have to break it because the overload, this means, and we saw it in the pandemic and after, I mean, made us furious, didn't it? Because, I mean, what more can we do when it comes to caring? And what more can we stop doing because we are caring? The ECLAC report also talked about that demographic transformation that we will be having and that we are having in the region, requiring investments in care. Absolutely. There's no other way out because this turns into a very serious issue in the future. When our countries have more population needing care than productive population, what are we going to do? And we're heading there. One of them is my country, Uruguay, and Costa Rica too. The Ninamo president said so yesterday. I mean, the realities are the present day. It's not we're talking from here and 20 years ahead. It's now, here and now. That's why that cultural revolution is absolutely necessary. That political dialogue in our countries, you are fundamental. You're all ambassadors that we need to hold those political dialogues so that the fiscal governance that are being addressed really put it in the center how to fund caring. Tomorrow, together with ECLAC, we're going to suggest 6 or 7 ways of how to fund the caring systems. It's very important for us to address this issue and to establish from where are we going to get the money to fund the caring systems. but we are creative. There's lots of way of going about it, and the region has the money. Look at what ECLAC said, 6% of the GDP of the region is taken up by evading and eluding taxes. We're a region that pays fewer taxes, and on top of that, 6% is evaded. So all we can do with these resources, all we can move around in our societies so that there's no tax evasion, and for the fruits of that to be used to create caring systems. And the creation of care systems can also have funds that need to be reinvested to, or we can provide individual contributions. We can be very creative at the funding of these systems, but political dialogue, making the issue visible, socialize the issue, as the Chilean president said, it's all fundamental, because that means the 3 R's: recognize, redistribute, and reduce unpaid work. Of course, we need an intersectional approach, an intergenerational approach, thinking of the different territories, as the ECLAC said. For us, it's also fundamental to consider care as part of the overall public services. It's not just any public service, a public utility as any others. It needs to be regulated. The public or the utilities used, or the public services used for disabled people or for children, as well as those used or allocated here. We need to integrate the people that need the from the minister in Panama, social development in Panama. It's very important to integrate the private sector too. The more the private sector invests in caring, more productive will be their pertinent traditional employees, and they're going to hire more and more women. So that's why it's so important for all society to be involved. And what happens with the labor market? ECLAC said in that paper that the unpaid care work represent 15 to 23% of the GDP. It's huge, huge. How much investment do we need precisely to manage to achieve these systems being fruitful in the formal labor market, because we need to go professional regarding care services? And how much will our region grow thanks to the establishment of these systems, with the creation of formal jobs, creating formal employment for all caregiver women? And I want to remind you that women who are paid for this work, that don't have contracts, that don't have labor justice, because they don't have a contract. So how can they make their rights, labor rights, effective when there's a problem? They have been enslaved, we saw this in the pandemic, or removed from their work exclusively because of something that we didn't know what was going to happen with the pandemic. We need to insist that household workers need to go forward. They need labor justice. They need to be formalized in our economy. Something else that is important too. When we talk about elderly adult people, and that's me, come on, after 60, that's where you are, we're talking about generating a silver economy. That's a term I've learned recently. And the silver economy generates lots of employment, lots of wealth. And we also have to consider it within care. I believe that a silver economy can be a solution and not an issue, a solution for economic growth. And that's when we're talking about the elderly. We need to consider there is an economy moving this group, and in particular, the need for love, for integration. And why not elderly people with children, so that this culture, the indigenous cultures are transmitted generationally, and for this to be something that will be used by society to generate happiness, as the president of Argentina said yesterday. Finally, what I wanted to say is that to invest in care doesn't only mean something necessary or fair, but it's intelligently wise. But we need political will, we need engagement, and of course, we need funding. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Noel Baereza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, for your contributions. To close, I would like you to see with me a video by Rebecca Brinsman, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Thank you. Dear Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Marjelen Maceda, Minister of Women and Gender Equity of Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the UN, and my very, very dear Ana Güemes, Director of the Division of Gender Affairs of ECLAC. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart this invitation to join you today and address this issue that is so, so important and too close to my thoughts and beliefs. I would like to be there with you in person, but unfortunately it wasn't possible. So we're resorting to the virtual means that allows me at least to be there with you. I want to congratulate ECLAC first for the production of this report, which is wonderful. I've been for a long time working here in the economy of gender equality and multilateral agendas. I read this report, and this that is being put forward today is no doubt one of the best. There's much to be said, so allow me to cut to the chase. In the first place, I wanted to say that my reaction is divided into three main things. First, this report explains or presents a new model, a new structure, a change of the pace. No doubt this is a historical moment we're undergoing. To stay at the side of action and the business as usual is worth nothing. As we said in the 39th session of ECLAC that has just happened, this is a cascading crisis world. And the crises, as we've seen, are not natural for our gender, and the ways we address them is not natural either. The crisis, cascading crisis, as I said then, means inequalities, cascading inequalities, a pandemic that will never stop, a climate change hitting us worse and worse, especially developing countries. Ukraine war that has brought inflation as a crisis to an unprecedented century, and a synchronized increase of interest rates in the central banks of the developed world. It all exacerbates the debt issue and is exporting inflation through devaluations worldwide, exporting it to the developing world. And all this, in short, translates into unequal impacts, unfair and disproportionate regarding the social structure. We're familiar with gaps that are widened, progress years that are lost, social frustrations that are not addressed. And of all the inequalities worldwide, the oldest, the more structural is gender. And thus, in a world with cascading crisis, this is a world that suffers more. But at the same time, if we close this gap, we can contribute to a different way out. According to the World Economic Forum, we've lost in 2 years, 3 decades. This percentage is a tough reminder of a reality that we always need to have present. The only development is the inclusive, sustainable development. Anything else is a fantasy. if we lose 10 years of progress because we weren't aware of the moment we were undergoing. And one of the main reasons of the gender inequality is the unfair or unequal workload, as the report says, and we hear it over. In Latin America, the economy of care represents a fifth part of the GDP, in spite of the fact that most of their activities are not paid. We know that women, we've said it time and again, we've proved it with serious research and detailed studies. However, even today, we're still fighting to convince the others. The women do three-fourths of that distribution of care. That means to say 3 times as much as men. But this accounts for the change of model that this report demands, because the gender inequality is a systemic issue, and only systemic actions will be able to solve it. My second comment to the report is that I really like the way it addresses intersectionality, climate change, care, and consumption and production patterns. In other words, the care society proposed in this report doesn't only entail a change in social models and a change of economic model, but in particular, a change in the system of values. This will be a care society caring for people and for the planet. A society where we're all caring when we are cared to and when we do our own or self-caring. And we don't only share the responsibility of care, but we also address it to wherever it's needed. That's why this discussion suggests a very important issue, which is the discussion on what does society believe is valuable, and thus how long do we believe we're going to delay that is valuable, because actually the real value of care will improve if all the millions of women that devote our time to care, without us, the economic structure would be undermined. So that's we need in the micro way to consider the cost of the opportunity of women with paid jobs, of the lack of alternatives, and of co-responsibility that have to face the unfair dilemma of making less money or caring less. But from a macro viewpoint, it is fundamental to ask each other as a society, which is the best way of distributing our hours? And I'd like to stress that we need to think of this world, of this distribution, of the notion. This is a crisis, a distributive crisis, a distribution of the productive and unproductive time. This is not just something in the households, but also something pertinent and related to social co-responsibility. The distributive, we're talking about the time of men and women, and in particular, when we're talking of the time available for the different social layers, because the rich households have the capacity of outsourcing their care needs, but for the households with less income, less resources, have a shortage of care. And this is an important reflection. It reflects the deep inequalities that we have to undergo in Latin America, the most unequal region of the planet. And this is a fundamental challenge that we'll look into the future. If we're thinking of our population and the workload needed for caring will increase because the population is aging. I remember an important paper dating back some years ago by Tania Tonopoulos, where precisely we mentioned the concept of time poverty applied not just to women. We forged the term but also to the households that lacked time. And that was important when we looked at the design of public policies for employment. But it also shows that the co-responsibility and distribution of caring work is also the responsibility of society, and not just of men and women individually. That's why my last comment about the report and the role of the market and regarding the distribution of these issues. And the report, it's good that the report stresses the need to discuss this and move on. The Secretary General of the UN has proposed this as an agenda beyond the GDP, but this is fundamental. I move economics, and in the words of the reports, is anthrocentric, anthropocentric. And we're focusing on the welfare of people. The objectives of society can't be reduced or governed by the market rationale. We should not and do not have to do it to reach a market society. We need market as part of the society, as a tool to perform the objectives that the care society demands. We are in a very negative, economically speaking, context. The fiscal space is getting reduced. The debt is increasing and being more expensive. Our currency is getting weaker. We start to invest a lot of money to form these productive structures by adapting and mitigating climate change, giving up people the jobs, the 21st century jobs, most of them, or at least a great many of them in the care sector, which according to the ILO, thinks that care creates double as many works as the construction sector per invested dollar. So the care society supporting a developing state will have to provide an answer to these challenges. But we don't have to destroy anything. We have to construct, because this state has to be inclusive, democratic, and accountable. And by using Guillermo Donald's expression, whom I keep remembering all the time, he used to say that one of the problems of the state in Latin America is that very often it has something not continuous, discontinuous in the territory. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I want to conclude by saying something that about something that I really liked of the report that went deep down in my mind. This is a quote. The current model includes a fictitious notion of humanity, assuming the existence of self-sufficient persons and denying the vulnerability which is typical of bodies, the interdependence of people, and their eco-dependence. Precisely about this is what we came here. The care is the basis of sustainability of life, because life is fragile and human beings are vulnerable, and life in turn are the basis, or is the basis for all the economic, political, and social structure. Caring, care to care is not invisible, but has been made invisible. It's not quite the same thing. And that is what we have to transform and correct, because without cares, there wouldn't be anything. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We thank Rebecca very much. I would like to very especially thank all my colleagues, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for supporting us, and thank all of you, the countries, the regions, all participants. I will now let Marita Perceval come up front. She's a Secretary for Equality and Diversity Policies. Thank you, Marita. I thank the panel and all of you.
Muy bien. Muy
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to be able to continue with this challenging, consistent session. We are going to recognize now the member states through their representatives. So please show the name of your country, and with the help of the secretary, I will give you the floor. It's a pleasure now to recognize the distinguished Minister of Paraguay. Good morning, everyone. I wish to commend the team that made it possible for us to be here today, conveying our experiences and enriching one another to move forward in this care society. I'd like to congratulate ECLAC for presenting this document that was built in a participatory manner with different sectors and that reflects the diagnostics of the different countries. A comprehensive, transformative approach. It is essential to move towards a care society. This document shows a different paradigm with a co-responsibility, interdependency, and eco-dependency approach. It talks about a social organization that not only places care at the heart, but also refers to sustainability of life, linking it fully to the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly with SDG 5 on gender equality and with SDG 13 on climate action. This document mentions 4 structural challenges showing the inequalities in most of Latin American and Caribbean countries that must be overcome through specific actions and innovative strategies. In this regard, a specific action we worked on as a guiding entity for equality policies at the Ministry for Women in Paraguay was social, economic, and social and cultural indicators with a human rights and co-responsibility for care approach. In the Gender Plan of Action vis-à-vis climate change, a document that is currently being prepared by the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Paraguay, and that we are fully supporting for its adoption at the end of this year. Along these same lines, we support the National Plan for Indigenous Peoples, the National Action Plan for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the National Plan for Employment, all of them from a gender approach. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Women, we were able to place on the public agenda over a decade ago the notion of care. Nowadays, we continue promoting it, moving forward with a bill to create the national care system that is currently being analyzed by our Congress. A document on the care policy that was built in a participatory manner within the social protection system with 13 public institutions that make up the interinstitutional promoting group for this. And of course, with a plan of action that is also being designed, for which we will resort to this document. I really welcome this space in which each of the countries can show progress made and address the main challenges for achieving the goals established in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Regional Equality Agenda. Congrats. Thank you very much. And the Paraguayan government would like to express our admiration for the work of each of the countries in moving forward with women's empowerment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. We now recognize the distinguished Minister of Panama. Thank you. Warm greetings to Marita, the presiding officers, the technical team, special guests, civil society, friends. We thank you for presenting this document that shows an excellent analysis, new approaches and paradigms, and points of view of different experts that contribute to conceptualizing and addressing this topic. And above all, the enriching dialogue of the main panel to contextualize this and to set forth the challenges that we are facing in our countries. All these will be inputs for this regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Regarding the document itself, I would like to make a few comments. A very important event we would like to highlight is the importance attached to the territory-based dimension in care. This document warns countries about the need to not adopt universal measures, and neither those that are outside the context of the sexual division of labor and the organization of care. What do I mean by this? That providing care depends on the context in which it is carried out, and considering some of these intersectionalities in care societies, we support what the document says about the demographic trends and information on the great burden because of higher expenses in health that warn about the fragility of households with high care demands, particularly households with older persons. Therefore, we support the call made to all countries on the need to support studies that provide us with data on the effects that the overload of care has on the physical and mental health of caregivers, particularly of those that are in poverty, and above all, those that care for persons with cognitive disorders, older persons, or those that have any severe disability, because evidence shows that these caregivers normally live in isolation with difficulties for their family and social integration, and with little possibilities of joining the labor market. On the other hand, the territory-based approach highlighted in this document is basic for developing comprehensive care systems, particularly for a country with our characteristics here in Panama. We have great ethnic and territorial diversities. Territories where people live are not neutral to gender inequality matrices, and this may have a greater or lesser impact on imbalances. And then there are also elements that have an effect on the care society and that will determine the care model according to different contexts, are the socio-demographic and socio-economic characteristics of the population, such as age, ethnic group, family characteristics in the different households, income levels, access to basic services. Excuse me. Security and safety is essential for care models for children and adolescents, and also access to infrastructure for caring for dependent population, community infrastructure, among many others. All these above-mentioned situations affect women and the more excluded ones differently. Those that live in rural areas and indigenous communities, particularly if they are areas of difficult to access. Based on this territorial approach is why in Panama we have defined that the first phase of the national care policy should start with a local management model in which we will establish the first of the territories to have a daycare home for older persons that have a slight or moderate dependency to then take it out to other territories. This model in turn considers the participatory design of a local care plan with a purpose of generating evidence-based public policies based on direct work with a beneficiary population, the local authorities, the private sector, academia, trade unions, and community organizations. No doubt we agree that these instruments are very useful, and so are the lessons learned and experiences that we are exchanging on what other countries have already done in the region. Finally, I'd like to refer to and recall one of the agreements stemming from the 60th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean of 2021, highlighting as an opportunity the current situation to ensure the full participation of women in strategic sectors of the economy for a transformative recovery with gender equality, and particularly to promote recovery plans that may strengthen the care economy as a dynamic sector of the economy. For countries facing the demographic bonus, linking the care services to the needs of the young populations is something we cannot delay any further, particularly of women participating in programs to complete their studies or of professional training, labor market insertion, productive activities, or of entrepreneurship programs. We must not leave anyone behind and render this service to them. Because of the potential of these systems, we have committed ourselves as a country in partnership with all sectors to urgently invest in the comprehensive development of young women, reinforcing their capital and social aspects. The vision of each of the countries is so fascinating, but let's try and respect the 3 minutes allocated to you so that we can all share our experiences. Now, I wish to recognize the president of the National Institute of Women of Costa Rica.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation of the documents and lovely comments we heard. The issue of integral care systems has turned into a milestone and a cornerstone of the public agenda recently, and that's why the creation and formulation of stronger care policies that has become not just something that we're analyzing, but rather a reason for agreements, both regionally, internationally, as well as inside the countries, to influence the decisions making and the different calls made, recognizing the right to care as a contribution to developing economies and very necessary as such. And as a way to provide an answer, a solution to the autonomy of women and the insertion in all the fields of social life, including greater political involvement and the possibility of participating in actions, in policies topics that refer to climate change. And thus, we need time, right? We also need time. The historical situation of unpaid work and has been one of the critical challenges that have prevented the advancement of women, and thus the advancement of women, of countries, and that's what the feminist has been pushing forward and has been including in the political regional agenda. Costa Rica's efforts as to care have appear to be a different language, but this began really in the 50s with the Child Nutrition and Education Center, and how in many rural areas they saw lots of food problems at critical times. More recently, Law 92 for the integration of the care national network and child development was created pursuant to establishing a care system for public access, universal access, and demanding solidarity funding with the good intention, but up to now only covering 20% of the population. So the challenges are very big. Very recently, the national policy was created, and law for caring for the elderly and people that are dependent. That was very recent, but greatly innovative too. And this poses a very significant regulatory body of laws or regulations as a roadmap that we can progress along. And we're combining households and technologies in the different programs with services, with teleassistance, care at home, at domiciles, day centers, long-distance residence, and network for the provision of care for elderly. It's all part of the creation of a tool to measure the different dependence degrees of the target population, redirecting programs and actions. We're also including caregivers, unpaid caregivers that need to be trained. They need training opportunities, training for their work, and labor insertion in the labor market, recognizing their job, their caregiving jobs, as part of the tools that will allow them to manage the responsibility of providing care and find a place in the labor market. Another important figure of this policy is the creation of a priority mechanism, establishing services in those households where there is a need and a potential for women to get a formal job and manage financial independence, reducing the gender divide in development. Costa Rica has taken action to walk progressively along this road to improve care services, aware of the challenges ahead of us, where the redistribution of unpaid work and the access to care services was a consideration to revalue conciliation actions with co-responsibility. It is necessary to reinforce and incorporate education models in actions that will bring forth cultural changes and make visible the value of care, shared or co-responsibilities, and new patterns for the distribution of jobs and tasks in the families and in society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And now the joy of asking our distinguished friend and minister from the Dominican Republic to take the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How good to say Madam Chair. Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my dear friend Maria Noel Baeza, UN Women Regional Director. Allow me to greet through you all presiding officers and those who are meeting in this important conference that will certainly be a before and after in care matters in our region. Madam Chair, I would like to say that my delegation, that of the Dominican Republic, greet and commend you for this 15th Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as for the presentation of the position document, the Care Society, the Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality in our country. Care is currently part of a comprehensive vision, not only for economic recovery, but also for the development and sustainability of life in the middle and long run. As from 2010, the Dominican Constitution recognized care work as an economic activity that adds value and that produces wealth and brings about social well-being, and is thinking of incorporating this or mainstreaming this into public and social policies. Therefore, care can not only be a private matter, it's a collective public good that in the current administration is being promoted so that it be addressed in a comprehensive manner. In the Dominican Republic, paid care work is a significant source of employment. In 2020, domestic work contributed with 218,000 plus jobs, accounting for approximately 5% of all jobs in our country. And this is well above that of other sectors of the economy. Aware of this, we have taken on a commitment in our government to build a national care system, a commitment that was included in the national multi-year plan for the public sector that is also part of the National Gender Equality and Equity Plan 2020-2030. As a country, we focus on recovery with inclusion, which entails a sound, comprehensive, intersectional care policy, ensuring the job creation and recognizing the contribution of care work to the gross domestic product. This is an outlook on care as a virtuous circle, as has already been mentioned this morning, that provides more economic opportunities, dignifies work, and generates social value, because moving forward in these policies not only benefits women, but also men, institutions, the business sector. That means that society at large. The issue of work is not an exclusive matter for women. It's a state issue, and we must work to ensure that it is part of the country agenda. This entails a cultural and educational shift that changes the structural basis of systematic historical inequalities. For several months from this approach, we have established a process of intersectoral and interinstitutional dialogue to move forward in the design and implementation of the national care policy, reaching out to people that gives women more free time and makes their conditions more decent, protecting our girls and boys and caring with love for older persons and for of persons with disabilities who are dependent on care. We started with a pilot project for care communities that will allow us to start up a construction process across our territory so as to gradually move towards a consolidation of a national care system and universal coverage. Before concluding, allow me to please very especially recognize the feminist and women's movement that for decades have demanded from our states comprehensive care policies. That we be here today reaffirming our commitment to that is mainly due to their struggle. Thank you, feminist women, for being there, raising alerts and banners. We know we have significant challenges ahead, but we also must say that we have a great commitment and the certainty that this progress, that this conference and the consensus that we are building will be useful to continue moving forward, settling debts and closing gaps without going back on our steps. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister. We now recognize the distinguished Minister of Ecuador. And of course, we welcome the recent creation of the ministry, and also our recognition goes to the feminist movement in Ecuador. This has been a shared achievement. Thank you.
Let me point out that I'm the technical secretary for gender mechanism. It's called a council, National Council for Gender Equality. It's a very long name. That's why I want to begin by saying congratulations to you all. Congratulations to ECLAC, to UN Women, to the Argentine government and his president, but especially their minister, who is a benchmark for young women who are in politics. The same as the minister of Chile that I had the pleasure of meeting at ECLAC in Chile. And I believe when you see women in decision-making positions, it's very good, but especially when you see young women launching into a country's walk like this, because politics is still a space for men, a space that you need to fight about decision-making, but you have to make sure that if women are absolutely valuable. When we talked about this with the Ecuador team, what do we want? It's very important. It's a space, and I won't take more than my 3 minutes. Don't worry. What is for the people of Ecuador, the caring system? In our country, in 2008, the very progressive advanced constitution was passed, establishing nature and the environment as the center of development and of the thought of the country, and that is the political message conveyed. I wanted to tell you that when we talked about the Andes and the history, where the rural areas or the coastal area or the Amazons of Ecuador, there was a lady that we'd ask, what is care for you? Let's move out of this academic rationale. And she'd say, for me, if you care, if you want to help me with the violence, domestic violence issue problem that I have, you have to guarantee that I can take my hens that I can take with me, my horses, my cows, and my hen. Whatever you take me, I need to take them with me. And this is real. It's a real example, basic example, but actual. In this here, we have a lot of academia members. But I want to tell you this because this is what care has to be. It has to be simple. What are you talking about? What are the rationale? What is the dynamics that these women have? Which is the rationale of young girls in Ecuador, of adolescents in Ecuador? Many of them in the rural areas will not leave their hens or their cows outside. They won't stop caring for the earth because that is it. And the proposal we have, besides congratulating the space, this space, is to be heard, let our voice be heard. Third, because for the last 30 years, my age, we have been fighting for a ministry for women. And when I hear ministers, the creation of these institutions, this is because of that rationale. Ecuador needs to provide this answer to each girl, adolescent, elderly woman that has struggled for this. I live in a country, and I have said so, where every 28 hours a woman dies because of machista violence. It's a femicide. And it's not easy to come to an international space and acknowledge it. But that's what the movement of women does. You don't only hear what is correct, you hear reality and the checks and balances that create that partnership, paving the way for a change. So we said, we believe in the state. Do we? Of course we do, but a different state, a transforming state, a state where the women make calls. That's the state we want.
Así que utilizo este
So this is the space to mention the proposal for the creation of the Ministry for Women in Ecuador, but besides the national care system, besides that, the permanent demand for a proper budget. If we don't have a budget, we may have a wish, but we won't have a way. And I want to conclude my intervention by saying that I'm part of the young feminist movement in Ecuador. It's not easy, but in this government, in the administration of Guillermo Lassos, the doors have been open. And we even have a diversity undersecretariat under the National Plan for Care. We need a diverse look. We need to include LGBTIQ plus people. Otherwise, we don't analyze these people. Who would be caregiver in a homosexual household, in a lesbian household? Which is the information we have. Dear colleagues, the challenges are huge, but here we are. And we greet from Ecuador each and every one of you, and congratulations for your leadership. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary of Ecuador. And now I'd like somebody else to take the floor. The minister from Mexico, go ahead and take the floor.
Thank you very much, so that you see that affection is there and that we really appreciate it. Good morning. I'd like to greet all delegates attending this 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Mexico delegation made up of representatives of the executive, legislative, and judiciary branches and of civil society, all of us participating here. And I greet all my colleagues, of course. And we are very pleased to have this position document on the Care Society Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality. I would like to very especially commend Anna Westmith and her team, Maria Noel's team too, for this visionary document that we will have with us in forthcoming years. I'd also like to take this opportunity to commend you on the approval of Recommendation 39 of the Committee of Experts of CEDAW and its chair, Gladys Acosta, who is here with us today, resulting from the work of indigenous women's organizations, recognizing cultural, social, economic, political, and environmental contributions of women, youth, and indigenous girls, who's so important in all fields, but particularly for this that we are proposing to achieve, which is a sustainability of life. This document shows us the context, outlook, and structural framework for the importance of care. It provides us valuable inputs to put the care society at the heart as an option to face economic, financial, and social difficulties faced by Latin America and the Caribbean, worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. And it proposes deep transformations of the development model, looking at sustainability of life as a civilizational way forward. We must interrelate care work with the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, working in cooperation and in a co-responsible and multi-sectoral manner, not losing sight of the pillars mentioned in the position document: institutions, co-responsible participation, communication, regulations, financing, monitoring and evaluation, statistics, data, and access to information systems, allowing us to make decisions in cooperation and collaboration among the different stakeholders. The care society is a horizon that entails collective multidimensional building so as to face the structural challenges of gender inequality and place care for people and of the planet at the heart of sustainable development. However, in terms of challenges and uncertainties, we must carry out actions and innovative proposals. In this regard, within López Obrador's government in Mexico, we move forward in building a comprehensive care system, and our objective is to set the grounds for building a system that is universal, progressive, and sustainable, offering the necessary conditions for the enjoyment of the human right to care and be cared for, promoting women's autonomy, and that contributes to building the peace that women and girls need in our societies. We are moving forward, and we really welcome recent legislative changes that make it mandatory to formalize domestic work in Mexico. This will provide social security to over 2 million women. We all provide care and we all require care at different times throughout our life. We have a single planet too. We must act with solidarity, empathy, and respect. We are experiencing times of transformation and must build in a transformative collective manner. Care society offers specific options so that we can jointly, governments, international stakeholders, and civil society, build a new social compact in which we promote fiscal, economic, social, and cultural measures, allowing us to move towards a horizon allowing sustainable recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now, the distinguished Minister of Mexico. Welcome. Peru, I'm sorry, because I've already welcomed you. Let me welcome you a second time. And now the Minister of Peru. We have a list of speakers and you're the last one registered. Good morning. Thank you very much, everybody, and good morning. Sisterly embrace from Peru to all of you in that important, powerful space where we feel the strength, not just in engaged women, but also the men that are with us and who help us in this struggle that is a struggle that belongs to all of us. For Peru, it's an honor to be here in this 15th conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, because we believe it's a very important forum where we address issues regarding the rights of women and gender equality. We've mentioned that in Latin America, the region has huge differences between one country and the other, and in the bilateral meetings held with different sisterly countries and different ministers, we observed that the differences are huge and pretty significant between sisterly countries. And these bilateral spaces have allowed us to have shared experiences that show the roadmap to follow that we should follow as a state. Peru has huge differences that I'll be addressing concerning the care system, but at the same time, we have a country that, in spite of political conflicts we still bet on feminism, on a care society, concerned about more vulnerable population and people. My ministry is called Ministry for Women and Vulnerable Population. The two are connected to the care system, and that has allowed us to carry out powerful work regarding this bill in connection with care. In Peru, just as in many other countries, we're convinced of how important care is in the life of people and in the development of society. And we recognize the urgent need to promote social responsibility for care. Ever since 2019, and in view of the provisions of the National Policy for Gender Equality, we have started a process to put together a care system, national care system, with a gender approach and human rights approach. In the framework of this process, we've submitted and grounded at the Congress Bill number 2735, acknowledging the right to care and the creation of a care system, national care system, that wants to articulate the efforts and co-responsibility between the state, the private sector, community, families, men and women. One of the most pertinent features of this bill is the recognition of the right to care in its three dimensions: the right to give care, to receive care, and to care for oneself. At the same time, because of the progressivity, including in our proposal for a regulation, we've identified 4 populations that will be a priority: boys and girls and adolescents, disabled people who are dependent, elderly adults, also dependent or in a fragile condition, and the caregivers, whether paid or unpaid work is what they do. We want to balance the imbalance and inequality of the work between genders and guarantee the right of women in their diversity. This is a fundamental assumption to develop in an integral way society and for the functioning of a fair economy for the country. And we also want to contribute to improve the living conditions of the people who require care. And something important to take into consideration is that as part of the socialization process in this bill, the state, in an articulation with the civil society, have promoted spaces for dialogue and the participation of representatives, labor or union organizations, self-employed women, indigenous organizations, and Afro-descendants. That is to say, the process to draft this bill has been participatory and has incorporated the approach, yes, of adolescents, women adolescents. Another thing I'd like to highlight is a challenge of our country, and that is address care from an intercultural point of view. We speak 47 indigenous languages in Peru, and there's approximately 55 indigenous people. Thus, it is indispensable that our care policies acknowledge values and promote the best practices for caring in a community. We've also committed to include migrant people as beneficiaries of these care policies. We are aware, as I said, of the fact that we have a long way to walk still, and that's reaffirm our commitment and effort to manage the construction of a care system which will allow to strengthen the autonomy of women in all its diversity. Finally, I want to recognize the contributions made by the ministers that preceded me, as well as team officials and public officials with me. Most of them women, because the Ministry of Women and Vulnerable Populations were all for relentlessly the gender equality in Peru. And I also want to thank the women movement, feminist movements in Peru for their non-stopping work to achieve a country with greater rights for women, with more social justice and more democracy. In the field of international cooperation, where there is this bill, we've articulated closely our efforts with UNICEF to address their approach as to adolescents. That's why in this brief space I've been allowed to use, I want to use a brief, just a minute for Daniela, a representative adolescent that has been brought by UNICEF to this space for her to put forward her approach to this care system and what she imagines as an adolescent, how to rephrase the word. Daniela? Good afternoon. I'm Daniela Melo. I'm 17 years old. I'm from the Dominican Republic, and I'm representing the first seminar of young people participating for the first time of this conference. Undoubtedly, the care system affects directly childhood and youth. We are more than subjects of care. We're caregivers, and because of this, we need to be recognized as such. But where is the intersectional approach for young people? When we think of the impact that the care society has on children and adolescents, we're stressing the systematic oppression of Afro-descended, indigenous, and disabled youth. The work done by young people of these communities is very often the basis for the economy and development of our countries, and it isn't recognized as it should be. Our childhood and adolescence and youth for the Black people and indigenous people are deprived from their dreams and to excel because they're forced to take over caregiving at home. Care has to be an option, an election. We choose to exercise the right to care and to be cared. We need public policies focused on diversity and youth with an intersectional, intercultural, and integral pillar. We all need to be civilized. We all need to be able to exercise our citizenship rights. And as we say, Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to fight for the protection, for our protection and the protection of our rights. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for these two voices we've heard. I'd just like to mention that after the words by the director of the Institute for Women's Equality of Uruguay, we will read the youth declaration that has been worked on by youth from across our region. What we've just heard can be matched to that declaration, no doubt. Having said this, Director from Uruguay, you are recognized. Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you may know, Uruguay was a pioneer country in establishing a care system, a comprehensive care system that started back in or became operational in 2016. It was during a different administration that this was set up of a different political party, but we in our country, in our democracy, prioritize permanent state policies. So we have no issue with recognizing this law that was supported by the whole of our political parties in the country. So we can support it, improve it. And this first experience in the care system must be brought together to try and improve this in the next administration, whichever political party takes office. What's important here is to implement a gender policy, as one of our former presidents said. It's probably the biggest battle gender-wise. Our starting point is the fact that no doubt, and we must not lose sight of this, the care policies and systems are gender-based policies. They were thought of and implemented as gender policies because their purpose is to change a situation of great unfairness, which is to use women to do free unpaid work that most women do. But we don't have to think that the care systems will be implemented to solve women's problems. The care systems are for the states to fulfill their responsibility for those who need care. But those in charge of representing the systems should not forget that side by side with that implementation, we must think of promoting very strongly and enthusiastically and with great commitment co-responsibility. There's another aspect that, as was mentioned today, and I think yesterday too, this was mentioned by the new executive secretary of ECLAC. We must not be naive and think that we will have a broader care system reaching out better to all those who need it, and that lasts throughout time. And if it also goes hand in hand with financial co-responsibility. He said so. If a state with an orderly and responsible economy and with a good reputation in this regard will be willing and capable to get the Minister of Economy or Finance to release more funds for a cause that is fair, and we know that, but they will be willing to do so if the proposal is really something reasonable and that person is convinced that this is not an expense, but instead of investment. We forget to explain this sometimes, and maybe we should show them figures. You know that the heart of those managing our economy can be reached with figures. And we've got figures and we've got elements to convince them how beneficial these systems are for the future of our societies, not only from a qualitative standpoint, but also to make economies grow. And I think this is not a very romantic aspect, but very important in the quest to achieve our objective. In Uruguay, the care system, as I said, was implemented back in 2016 and with a little more emphasis and was better established in 2017. But in 2020, with the outbreak of the pandemic and a new administration took office, that was the first big dilemma we came across, the financial sustainability of the system. Studies were carried out and we sought new financing. We thought of an adjustment to that. And since 2021, we have a new national care plan in place that entails no setback to what had been achieved in previous years. Maybe there's a certain level of rationalization, but there's no setback for those persons receiving care. And a study was carried out, and there's a specific protocol to humanize care of caregivers and of those cared for, to guarantee labor rights and to have a formal bond between caregivers and those receiving care that entails certain lessons learned in the previous stage. But we are thinking that the national care system is a gender-based policy and must be addressed as such. The National Institute of Women that works in close collaboration with the National Care System Institute, whose head is here in our delegation. We have implemented with great economic and logistical efforts the third use of time survey in Uruguay, where we are going to measure how paid and unpaid time is used by women, girls, and adolescents who are 14 and older. Based on those outcomes, we will implement measures or actions that we cannot foresee because we still don't have final figures, but there'll probably be legislative actions based on the recommendations of the document we are considering these days. I wanted to mention this first care system that was put into place recently and that was somehow rethought of to ensure its financial sustainability over time. Thank you very much. And now, to close this list of speakers, I recognize the Minister for Women of Honduras, and then we will be reading the Declaration of Youth and of the Feminist Social Society. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. Un saludo para todas.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. Greetings to all of us here at in this room. And in a very special way, I'd like to greet the delegation with us, the multidisciplinary and intersectional delegation from Honduras, with colleagues from different state secretariats that are here in this room. And in particular, I'd also like to greet our colleagues from the movement of organized and feminist women of Honduras that have also are here present supporting this important conference. I must confess, that I keep thinking in my mind and in my heart of today. It's so important, such an important moment. I'm the only minister that in all Latin America has a woman president. And the fact that we have this woman president is a greater commitment for us, with the 52% of women in Honduras, a majority, and also a poor majority and a majority in extreme poverty. These women, poor and in extreme poverty women, are the ones that here our president right now has prioritized. In 2007 communities where they've been focused, where they will be receiving the care and the processes they need, and which we expect will imply us achieving a different stage of development and enjoyment of our rights. When I share with you that I get emotional because this goes straight to my heart and my life, it's because I feel that years are going by, events such as these two, the issues are deeper as time goes by. They become more evident, more current. They go right to our lives. They touch our lives, the lives of girls and women. And for us here, we all are familiar with what caring for our mothers mean. For our mothers, for our grandmothers, for our sisters, for our daughters, our sons. In my case, I cared for my 91 years old mother who doesn't walk any longer. She is chair-ridden and bedridden has been for the last 5 years. And I can technically say I use my time to listen to you, and I find all these interventions of yours are urgent and necessary to care for them. But I feel that among these needs for giving urgent care to this issue, there is also the need to provide an answer today to women. And with this purpose, that the State Secretariat of Women issues a new State Secretariat. We're 1 week away from implementing the first national specialized survey against violence on women and girls over 15 years old. The first time that such a survey will be launched. The first time when on Monday, when I'm back, we will be present at the first public hearing where the state institutions will be accountable and will be accounting to the National Congress, saying how much is being invested in women at each of the state secretariats. And we have just passed, each secretariat has been accountable, has accounted to the Budget Commission of Congress. What I mean is that presently, we should also be designing the first time use survey, because if we don't have the basis to be able to work at these issues, complex issues, current issues, strong issues, if we don't have the basis for that, we won't make it. And I'd like to remind you all of the message of one of our colleagues there at the head table when she said that in the state, it is mandatory for us to be honest. It is mandatory for us to be efficient. And it is mandatory for us to attack corruption. And Honduras, to this first woman who's president, prior to this was the most corrupt government, the more dictatorial government that all the governments that we've had and of which we can't finish getting rid of. And in this sense, colleagues, to be able to disclose to you the tough reality where a woman has to face the daily activities with political violence, of which we have not been able to get rid of. Neither you people here nor us over there, because we're either Central America or South American. We can't get rid of that political violence. I beg this conference the following: that sisterhood that we declare, let's put it in practice. Honduras has already written to the CARE platform by establishing a partnership with Mexico. And Honduras now asked Uruguay to enter into a cooperation treaty so that Honduras, Uruguay can do this later on as a step forward in this respect. Mrs. Director, Mrs. Minister, if you are okay, we would like to take this answer to our President of the Republic. So when it comes to caring there, we don't have to speculate. We can use our own elections and best practices. And if you have this, let's take ownership of it. So I want to thank you all for walking on this path and for joining in efforts, all the efforts possible to materialize two Marita houses information system in countries, and they need to be consistent with our needs. Informations, IT systems that reflect realities, and funding, budget, robust budget to implement the policies of equality and justice, that we really need them and that our countries really, really need. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Thank you all, the representatives. And now a very special moment in this regional conference on women of Latin America and the Caribbean. We will share the reading of the Declaration of the Youth Forum by Maite Enriquez.
Hola, mi nombre es Maite Enrique.
Hi, I'm Maite Enriquez, a representative of the youth in Chile and part of the group formed by Latin American and Caribbean youth. On October 24th and November 6th, different youth from Latin America and the Caribbean met in the youth forums towards the 15th Regional Conference on Women in its virtual and face-to-face modality. The objective was to reflect on youth in the region, care work, and the importance of recognizing children, adolescents, and youth as caregivers, and not only as recipients of care, making visible the implications this has for the exercise of our rights and the need to be included in the care systems. Despite the difficulties in budget and the lack of representation of young people in the formal spaces of preparation for the 15th Regional Conference on Women, especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, we present the following declaration. Care work sustains a political, economic, and social system. However, these tasks are not recognized in most Latin American and Caribbean countries. In our region, care work is intertwined with other intersectionalities, discrimination, and violence that place us in a situation of vulnerability and inequality. For example, sexual orientation and gender, age, disability, marital status, ethnic racial origin, indigenous and Afro-descendant people, health condition, and economic class, among others. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us, among other things, a crisis concerning care work due to the lack of interinstitutional care systems created and financed by the states based on collectivity and redistribution of care. At the same time, these problems exacerbate other problems already existing in the region, such as those generated by the environmental crisis, racial and gender discrimination, poverty and migration conditions, among others. In addition, it deepens the violence experienced in the regimes of exception applied in some Central American countries and the installation of dictatorial and military governments, as in the case of Nicaragua and Haiti. It has been proven that girls, adolescents, and young women in the region perform more care work than their male counterparts. This is even greater when they are married in unions or mothers, and when other intersectionalities intersect with them. This translates into difficulties to in continuing their studies, accessing health services, decent employment, recreational time, and limited autonomy. All the above generates an environment that conditions development opportunities to build or carry out their desired life plan. In this sense, the youth of Latin America and the Caribbean demand from the states, first, to recognize that children, adolescents, and youth perform care work and eradicate work that interferes with the full exercise of other rights, promote coordinated and collective and non-adult centered care systems that recognize the redistribution and remuneration of care work and comprehensively include children, adolescents, and young people in creating public policies and programs, among others. Furthermore, these care systems must be based on self-care, collaborative care, and the co-responsibility of all people. Analyze care work from an anti-racist and intersectional perspective so that all countries in the region have basic parameters for analysis and accountability. Execute public policies, programs, mechanisms, among others, that promote the eradication of gender stereotypes that force women in their diversity to perform care work and encourage the co-responsibility of men. In addition, it is necessary to eradicate the feminization and racialization of poverty and care work. Allocate a progressive budget to policies, plans, and programs related to care work and social protection that guarantee access to education, quality and accessible public health, and decent jobs, among other rights. Create disaggregated data by age, gender in its diversity, ethnic, racial origin, indigenous and Afro-descendants people, nationality, disability, and marital status. Allow us to identify adolescents and youth who perform care work. In addition to ensuring accessibility mechanisms to this information, create analysis methodologies with youth, disability, gender, and intercultural perspectives to develop comprehensive policies, plans, and programs that consider the realities and needs of all. Create monitoring, evaluation, and accountability tools for states, especially for those experiencing political, environmental, economic, and social crises that violate human rights. Finance collective organizations headed by youth so that they fund organizations, collectives, and networks formed and led by girls, adolescents, and young women to promote and participate in research, advocacy, and policy-making activities at local, national, and regional levels. Create and strengthen public policies focused on girls and young women who have postponed their education due to caregiving, marriages, unions, or early pregnancies. For example, creating full-time daycare centers, providing scholarships and sources of decent jobs, guarantee that girls and adolescent mothers can continue their studies, making school schedules and programs more flexible. In addition, it is crucial to raise awareness in society so that they are not discriminated against and can continue their education, guarantee access to land and safe, healthy, and sustainable food for adolescents, young caregivers that do care work, and their families. Flexible hours of health services for adolescents and youth, especially those living with HIV who perform care work, so that they have access to medical checkups and achieve adherence to antiretroviral therapy. To make more flexible and guarantee access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services for adolescents and young people in their diversity, including access to legal, safe, and accessible abortion. In addition to ensuring comprehensive, sustainable, and culturally relevant sex education, guarantee feminist and restorative justice and protection to eradicate violence, especially gender-based violence and violence against children. establish protection mechanisms for human rights advocates with particular attention to criminalized ones, and provide all guarantees for them and the organizations, groups and networks they are a part of. To recognize the organizational processes of this articulation and the organizations of girls, adolescents, and youth, to include them in all processes carried out by the United Nations and other regional organizations, ensuring that funding is provided to strengthen our participation. In addition, to establish the reading of the Youth Declaration in the schedule of these spaces to ensure that the voices and demands of these populations of Latin America and the Caribbean are heard and considered. Finally, we ask that the demands and proposals expressed herein be considered for the official resolution of the conference, and that the states, United Nations agencies, private institutions, civil society organizations, and others attending the conference commit to including our proposals in their respective fields of action for a feminist, collective, diverse, sustainable, free violence and discrimination-free care society. Nothing about youth without youth.
Damos ese tiempo.
And now we will take time to listen to the welcoming of the recent declaration of the Youth Forum. Thank you, Maite. And now the declaration of the civil society. Once again, we want to thank the great organization of the Feminist Forum that was organized together with the 15th Regional Conference on Women, and the strategic harmony and deep solidarity we felt all along during the organization and the realization of the forum, because we look up to each other. And this is the declaration of the civil society by Clide Soto. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am honored to read this political declaration that was the result of the feminist that took place prior to the 15th Regional Conference on Women. We got there to that forum for the first time in the history of regional conferences. Over 1,000 feminist women of all the diversities of our continent. We were called upon because of the issue to be discussed, because nothing shows the unfairness of gender as the sexual division of labor, a premise on which we believe that caregiving, unpaid as a work, is our exclusive responsibility, a product of love, historically feminized. Feminisms, we have examined the economic and social costs that this has for the life of women, families, and states. We have made visible to what extent the work that is with a collective and individual existence is the basis of the production and capitalist accumulation. Without care, there is no life. And to care for others, for oneself, or the environment means a job. It has been said that this is sustaining work, and this is basically the responsibility of women, girls, young adults, elderly adults, that we do it in our homes, in a community, without being paid and in a precarious way. We have showed the way in which capital accumulation is based on the appropriation of times and energy needed to sustain life and social bonds. That is why we have taken years and years to move ahead with the care society that assume the formulation of integral politics that recognize, redistribute, and reduce unpaid work by women, guaranteeing financial autonomy, and in this way, autonomy elsewhere in life, because the overburden of work, the work overload, unpaid load, deepens and aggravates inequalities, preventing us from using time or availing ourselves of free time. After the long pandemic, which deepened the crisis and showed the fragility of health systems, the governments have the challenge of reactivating world economy and disassembling the unfair and unequal sexual division of labor, recognizing that reproductive and productive tasks are equally necessary for the development, a decent development of nations and their people, promoting the respect to Mother Earth, guaranteeing its care because we are depending on it as well as our planet. Today, we want to ratify the proposals and demands that we've pointed out before. That's why this document put together and delivered by our Argentine mates to ECLAC and UN Women in last June, and we wish to add, the right to care needs to be considered as a human right, which states have to guarantee to everybody, regardless of their how their condition of dependence or vulnerability, recognizing the importance and the impact generated in women and girls given to the unfair distribution. States are forced to implement laws and policies and programs with enough budget addressed at the creation of integral care systems, which will develop infrastructures and affordable services, quality services, incorporating a gender perspective and intersectionality and culturally pertinent. The care systems need to be built upon with a feminist approach, assuming them as an investment, not as an expense. And we understand the state is co-responsible as families and the market is. Evictions and other expulsion processes, given the voracious real estate wishes, as well as rural and urban approaches, are a challenge for communities and cause more poverty and vulnerability. And we demand from the states greater efforts to guarantee the access of rural communities and indigenous people and Afro-descendants to water and land as a key aspect, allowing for the maintenance of community care experiences. And we also claim a guarantee on the social use of land in urban territories and the access to decent housing and to infrastructures and services, which will allow for the collectivization of care works. The non-remunerated welfare increases the life of women, besides the interrelations that have to do with the economics of care and in general informal employments without proper health coverage and the social protection needed, with the lowest salaries of the economy and greater risks of having to face multiple intersectional ways of discrimination, violence, and margination. The care job that we do through communal organizations in many of our countries has allowed more vulnerable sectors to address structural poverty impacts and the impacts of crisis, but it's still invisible, just as the care carried out by indigenous women, healers, herb experts, guardians of the Mother Earth. The states need to foster a care agenda considering women and adolescents, girls and adolescents as entitled to rights, contributing to the imposition of care responsibilities in a minimum way, because the unequal distribution of unpaid work restricts the possibilities of moving out of the household for leisure and to be involved or participate in communal political activities, as well as to continue with their education. It is necessary to have for young people formal sources of employment, flexible, allowing those that are married or wish to do so to have a decent revenue to get training and their lives. States need to recognize the right to care that disabled people have, with autonomy, with the proper support to guarantee the self-care and expressing the fact that they are caregivers, also generating support mechanisms for them to be able to exercise their right to care, to give care. The care systems need to be considering the health needs and the supply of medicine and medication for the women that have HIV, as well as recognizing that care jobs carried out by them have a negative impact on the care for oneself upon the timely diagnosis and sticking to the treatment. The life of women exercising sexual work is cross-cut by institutional violence as persecution, of unjustified searches, arbitrary detainments, cruel treatment, extortions, threats by the law enforcement forces, and thus it is urgent for the states in the region to implement preventive measures for the protection and caring based on gender-based policies, including violences and infringements of human rights that women are the victims of, especially the women engaged in sexual work. The discussion on caring allows us to build a continent where emerging citizenships will have a strong voice without living in terror of losing their lives or permanently scared of being excluded. We are asking as a favor to let us continue listening to a declaration which had reached consensus. And thus we need an innovative agenda for women, peace and security to prevent all sorts of violence against women. And we demand the respect to the life of women, and we say no to the military intervention in Haiti. At the same time, we call upon a permanent exercise of the debate that will allow for the construction of including and fair societies based on care, protecting the right to defend human rights. The migration regional crisis, majority from Venezuela, forces the states to promote and guarantee human rights of all migrants, refugees, and applying for asylum, especially women, girls, adolescents, and people of diverse genders. The migrants take up caring jobs which are very precarious and thus constitute the global care chain, which origin expresses the responsibility assigned to women to guarantee sustainability of households reproducing the social context. It is urgent for states to draft real employment programs with decent jobs, access to housing programs, public education, and integral health for women that live and recognize prostitution as a permanent state of violence. We demand that the states prevent, investigate, and punish all sorts of violence that are gender-based that women have to face throughout their lives, in particular, travestites, migrant workers, and refugees, including losing your roots by being expelled from your territory, including this, as I said, and losing your cultural roots and infringing or impairing the beliefs of indigenous women that are domestic workers, and all sorts of sexual violence, as well as feminicides and trans-feminicides. The caring job reduces the time and capacity of women to provide integral attention in an integrated intercultural way when you look at sexual health, reproductive health, including the access to anti-conception, emergency anti-conception services, safe and sure and legal abortion, which very often costs the women their lives. Which very often costs women their lives, sometimes their physical life and mostly their life projects. So in particular, we want to draw your attention on the Central American and Dominican region, where the abortion is penalized. And in the case of Honduras, the only country in the continent denying the possibility of accessing last minute or day after anti-conception pills. Likewise, we'd like to mention that in 2023, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights will hear the Beatrice's case, where we expect the Salvadorian state to be condemned for cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment that she had to face, given the fact that abortion is criminalized. The cultural transformation needed to strengthen the idea of care society depends on education, integral policies, including integral education in sexuality, reversing unequal relationships and inequitable gender relationships, guaranteeing an effective redistribution of care jobs between men, women, and people in all their diversity. In the resolutions of the justice system, there is a re-victimization. The system is not affordable. The language use is cryptic and the processes are unjustifiably delayed. As a consequence, we don't have access to effective legal protection when we resort to the system to enforce our rights. We repudiate the injustice that take place in the persecutory work of law enforcement work, and we call upon governments to foster structural reforms to guarantee access to justice and consolidate court powers with a gender perspective and a diversity perspective. There are no care society without feminist judicial reforms. We call energically upon the Congresses of the region to submit initiatives or bills of regarding care, or approving the ones that are pending, guaranteeing the creation of a public policy, recognizes and guaranteeing the rights of people requiring care from caregivers. States are forced to promote and guarantee respect to freedom of beliefs or faiths, and a plurality of faiths, a separation of the churches from the political issues, which will allow to make progress in the enforcement and compliance of our rights. And we believe on justice on earth, and we condemn fundamentalisms, criminalizing or making little of women, denying abortion and promoting reproductive and obstetric violence. And we want a breakdown of our statistics by age, ethnic groups, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, sex, civil condition, gender identity, and sexual orientation, disability, and any is necessary to have more information on the work of care, to generate and implement public policy depending on the needs of women in all their diversity. No public policy will be fruitful as we demand if it is implemented from authoritarian governments not paying attention to citizens and denying the door of democracy, closing them. We denounce the dictatorship in Nicaragua, which is systemic violence exercised against those that defend human rights, repressing social mobility and expelling or detains dissidents. We demand immediate freedom for political prisoners of the system. Ladies and gentlemen, representative of governments, currently we are facing a climate change that jeopardizes the life of million peoples, and in that framework, the pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean delve deep down into structural problems and and unevenness with setback of 27 years back in extreme poverty with negative impacts which are disproportionate on women of all kinds of life. We know that the recommendations of international funding organisms focusing on promoting austerity policies and the reduction of public expenditure are not adequate to foster environmental sustainability and reducing the social setbacks and the structural gaps. Don't pay any attention to them. The priority cannot or shouldn't be guaranteeing paying the interest of foreign debt, but rather criminalizing the hyper-concentration of wealth. We require public efforts to promote new development models, focusing on life at the center and fostering a fiscal covenant that will maintain true care policies at this time of history. Everywhere in all countries, we know that the hours devoted to caring at home subsidize, capitalize, and maintain society. Right now, we are gathered here at this regional conference of women to foster different agreements, more fair for people and more realistic for the current needs. Today, it is not enough to have these diagnoses, good intentions, or comprehensive declarations. It's fundamental to foster and construct structured specific answers with the participation of multiple stakeholders, which is key for human rights, with a gender intersectional cross-cutting, including perspective of all the diversities that have been excluded today. Today, more than ever, we claim for social justice, for economic justice, and for gender justice. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Acknowledgement of this declaration of our feminist colleagues from civil society. And yes, you can continue clapping. With this, we conclude our panel.
Alejandro, senador.
Micrófono. Estoy.
Turn yours off.
unless
Ah,
we check with them or.
a ver.
Wonder if they're gonna do any.
Una vez salimos, we go into English.
It was crazy.
Canal inglés. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. English channel testing. Bueno.
Oh, I had it on before. Testing the English channel. You can hear me. Great. On when yours.
A ver. Abierto, a ver vos.
No, no puedo.
Claro.
Buenas tardes. Estamos sin audio. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Buenas tardes.
Ahora sí. ¿Ya está? Qué buena. Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Please take your seats. We will now start this high-level dialogue on the care society in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, delegates. We beg you to take your seats. As adopted in our agenda, in our program, I now invite the Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina and chairperson for this conference, Ayelen Messina, to moderate this segment. Ms. Messina, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, let me introduce these panel members. We'll start by Teresa Amarelis, Secretary General of the Federation of Cuban Women. Teresa, over to you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Cuban government, I convey warm greetings to all those present here. Madam Chair, Minister for Women of Argentina, congratulations on your election. Count on Cuba. From our modest experience, we are prepared to make our contribution. 45 years ago in Havana, the first regional conference was held, which was a landmark in the history of women's movements. It was made evident that it's not possible to build new paradigms based on predatory structures that consider capital as the most important thing rather than human beings. It was our dear President, Vilma Espinguilua, elected as the chairperson for that first conference. And all these years have made it possible for us, with the work of many women in our region, to get here. Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of the new generations of feminist women and movements and governments, not so young like the young women that made their statements and their declaration, but young and strong to fight. The commitments undertaken in the conference is held feed the regional gender agenda that is now a roadmap that is profound, ambitious, and comprehensive to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular, the goals and indicators referring to the achievement of autonomy and empowerment of women, identifying progress and challenges in connection with the realization of rights and autonomy of women and achievement of gender equality from governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations, in particular, women and feminist organizations. That has been vital to understand the urgency in terms of implementing a change in the welfare states so that we can move towards a care society that recognizes interdependence among persons, as well as among productive processes and society. A care society that places the sustainability of life and the planet at the center of development. Ensuring care implies individual obligations, collective and institutional obligations. What is required is co-responsibility. In Cuba, with the social justice premises of the revolution, we have developed comprehensive coverage of healthcare, education, sports services, social security in the broad sense, social assistance for the most needy. Our social program has been able to respond not only in economically favorable contexts, but also in contexts of economic difficulties and crisis, contributing to care. The civil defense system, for example, and our work vis-a-vis COVID-19, where we saved 99% of our population and we used our own vaccines for 98.6% of our population, including children, are realities. All those are realities that make up opportunities for us to achieve the society of care that we want to have. In our country, there are good practices for the implementation of measures with conciliatory effects based on co-responsibility. For time's sake, I'll mention a few only. In education, we have childhood circles, an option for care and education of boys and girls, and the Educa Tu Hijo program that is made by means of voluntary activists in the communities, and it covers most of the children population. We have a law decree for the maternity of women today, of workers. Today we call it maternity of workers and the responsibility of the families. Since 2003, our law decree on maternity includes fathers. And in the current update, it also includes grandmothers, grandfathers. It includes any person that the mother decides to include. And really, it lasts 1 year and women are paid. That is, Cuban mothers can stay at home to care for their children, and they are paid for a year. After breastfeeding is completed, women may decide that it's the father, the grandfather, or the grandmother that will stay with the children. But this law decree is a great support for grandmothers who very often have to stay at home to care for their grandchildren so that their daughters could continue to work in the labor market. Another good thing of our maternity law decree is that it already includes the non-state women workers. For example, women workers that work on their own have the same protection as state workers. We also have policies aimed at working mothers that have children with disabilities, with severe disabilities. And they were employed, so they had to leave their jobs to devote themselves to care for their children. And the state protected them with 100% of their salary. However, with everything we've learned and the empowerment of women, there are other family members that are already included. And recently, there's been an indication from the Ministry of Labor so that those mothers can be included through the pluri-employment by teleworking or doing distance working so that they can feel useful without their being deprived of their salary. So they would have two sources of income. Currently, we said that we had to talk about the how, and I'm trying to refer to the how we can achieve this co-responsibility. We also have programs for the elderly. We have care centers for older adults. We have houses for grandparents where we teach grandfathers and grandmothers to socialize so that they don't lose their support networks. In our modest experience, we've seen that public policies for social protection and inclusion based on democratic and participatory processes are key to recognize, revalue, redistribute, compensate, and represent care work. We very much need coordination among all these factors. Recently, however, all these things that we're proposing are not easy. They are not easy to be achieved. You know that Cuba has a demographic situation which is highly complex, with a very significant population aging, and there's aging within aging. Women live for 80.45 years, and that makes us the oldest. Ones who provide care to the other older adults are women. So that is one of the challenges that we have as a country. In this situation, we've decided to incorporate into our legislation protection by the state for care work, and this is enshrined in our constitution. So care is enshrined in our constitution in our country. It is under the National Program for the Advancement of Women. And the most recent thing we have is our family code. It's a code that's been put together by the hands of the human people, government, civil society, social organization. We were all involved and we all made our contributions. An innovative aspect of our code is the specialized consultation made. Our code is a piece of legislation that puts care for life at the center as an essential obligation and duty, as a necessary condition for the development of families and the well-being of their members. It attaches value to the role of caregivers. There's a specific chapter, one headline, and several chapters devoted to care, including an equitable distribution of domestic work among all the members of a household. And it includes in the inheritance, the caregiver, the person that provides care has more rights to receive more resources from an inheritance than other members in the household. Our code also has something that was said here before, and that is that it eliminated an exemption relative to child marriage upon the suggestion of international organizations like the CEDAW. We removed that exception thanks to the participation involvement of all of our people here. There are representatives of LGBTIQ+ community, and they said, remember that it was us who proposed to eliminate the exception for child marriage. So again, thank you to all of you. So we offer guarantees to caregivers, women caregivers in all senses. It's a code of love. It's a code of affection. It's a revolutionary code in terms of family law. The National Economic Development Plan also includes the macro program for human development and social justice and equality. There's a chapter referred to unpaid work, so it's recognized and valued. There's demographic dynamics policy. Recently, we adopted agreements to protect working mothers, like, for example, by granting houses to the working mothers that have more than 3 children and who have housing problems. Today, we've benefited more than 100,000 mothers. We haven't been able to reach out to all of the mothers that we've identified. And I take this opportunity to denounce and at the same time to thank
for the unfair criminal blockade imposed by the United States to Cuba. The inclusion of Cuba on a list of terrorist countries, nothing could be farther from the truth, from the reality of our country that has solidarity, that is kind, are people who share everything they have. And they brought us to a very complex economic situation. Cuban families are feeling in our own lives the effects of that criminal policy. So everything we've made and all the progress we've made in legislative terms, we've already set the foundation to have, like Uruguay, that system of care. I want to thank all the countries that have voted in favor of Cuba and its struggle against blockade, all those countries that are present here. And I also want to thank ECLAC for their cooperation, UNPA's cooperation, UNICEF, Oxfam, FAO, and a group of international organizations that have contributed, that have helped us in the development and implementation of care policies. Uruguay was one of the countries that first went to Cuba with ECLAC to help us organize care. Also adopted by the Ministry of Finance was the decision to provide a bonus of 50% to state and non-state women, 50% of their personal income tax, to alleviate the lives of these mothers that are heads of household and that do not have the possibility to earn a livelihood. What could be better than transferring to families the absolute responsibility of the care for their dependents? We have to take into account the needs arising from the current context. That would have very significant economic, psychological, and social costs for those that are devoted to this activity, and well as for society at large. In spite of the progress made, challenges are huge. Our own limitations to achieve a society of care imposes on us the need to work on these challenges, moving towards the coordination of various agencies, institutions, including international cooperation, academia, households, families, persons, civil society, to achieve a robust system of care in Cuba. Increasing demand for care associated with old age, vis-a-vis the insufficient availability of care support services, promoting changes in the governance system for the presentation of the national system for the care for life, deconstructing sexist stereotypes that underpin the sexual division of labor. We need to work on awareness, experiences, on capacity building. We have to denaturalize care work as if it were the responsibility of women only. We have to provide more protagonism to those that provide and receive care. We have to design better public policies and incorporate the territorial dimension, how we can work to solve these challenges, to address these challenges from the community. We need to move towards economic planning, to incorporate financing, and to ensure sustainability, increasing the role played by grandmothers and the role that social organizations could also play with all their volunteers. We should build a system of indicators that allow us to measure and evaluate the impact of policies for the benefit of the care for life. And we should also contribute to the education of the new masculinities. This is a challenge that we need to address. Dear friends, colleagues, the challenges that lie ahead of us are huge, but the opportunities like this conference are historical. We need to make good use of them, and that is our responsibility. We ratify Cuba's commitment to continue working towards a care society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teresa Amaral, Secretary General of Federation of Human Women. I'd like to thank you for your comments. Celina Lescano, you have the floor. Celina Lescano is the Minister for Women's Affairs of Paraguay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our colleagues from Paraguay. We want to share some of the main challenges that we're facing as a care society in Latin America and the Caribbean. Some of these key elements that we need to consider on the way to a care society is that all the ministers and authorities have been working on Paraguay for over a decade, and some countries in Latin America are at the very early stages. We have a model of governance which is made up of many dimensions. In Paraguay, the integrated care system is based on rights which are guaranteed under the national constitution and developed under the principles of equality, universality, co-responsibility, and quality. The following element is the public and private element in comprehensive care systems with a model of co-responsibility between the state, the market, the community, and the family, based on public and private investment in service and care infrastructure. Amongst the challenges that we face are the shared concept and common baseline that we have to work on together in Latin America and the Caribbean, together with macro development indicators of indicators for follow-up and monitoring. We also have basic national care systems and the characteristics and resources of each of our countries, with a new organization of care based on co-responsibility between the state, the community, the market, and families. The expansion of the catalog of services, including the provision of services, care policies, services, and the promotion of autonomy with their corresponding link to the state budget. We have to generate smart data that will feed the databases of public organizations and that will implement automatic updates that will be useful for generating quality information and to increase the quality of services offered. We have financing of care systems in the countries in which the development of care policies are in their early stages and are growing. We also have to share the policies that are necessary to design and implement a change towards a care society. Firstly, we have to develop the legal pillar and normative framework of progressive development and the implementation of a national care system adapted to local needs and to the international commitments that have been undertaken. These national care systems involve developing care policies and action plans, and they need to be implemented. They need to include work from the private section and the public sector, states, communities, and families, and society itself. In the case of Paraguay, the Constitution establishes rights and obligations of the family, of the state, and guarantees of equality for all people, especially the protection of boys and girls and of well-being for older persons and for people with disabilities. Responsibilities that are defined in Chapter 4 of the Magna Carta. Currently, the draft bill has been submitted to Parliament for a care system in Paraguay, enshrined in the social protection system of Paraguay, taking into account the guiding principles of universality, quality, co-responsibility, and the promotion of autonomy, aimed at creating public policies that include people with disabilities or people who are sick, who are permanently or temporarily sick. It also includes boys, girls, adolescents, older persons, and includes the participation of the public, private sector, as well as civil society, with transitory policies that help them to develop in a progressive manner and to learn at a social level. This draft bill has been created by women legislators who have considered it to be a priority need. With the support of the Women's Ministry at the same time, the country has undertaken a set of regional commitments and international commitments that lay bare the care situation as a key pillar of public policies in terms of social protection, making visible the needs of people who need care, as well as those who care. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Selena Lescano, Minister for Women's Affairs of Paraguay. We'll now turn the floor to Janie Joseph, Director of Gender Affairs from the Department of Gender Affairs and of the Interior of St. Lucia. Over to you, Janie.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, fellow panelists, and distinguished participants. It is an honor to sit with such distinguished women pioneers making history and changing the world. Thank you for the invitation to share my views, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to my reflections on the proposal on the Care Society, a horizon for promoting changes towards sustainability and equality. We are in challenging times, but we are also at a very powerful juncture of opportunity for meaningful, profound, and comprehensive transformation towards a more gender equal world. Long before we had articulated the concept of a care society, care was the cornerstone of development. Nations have built because of care, care that has been unrecognized, undervalued, and taken for granted, like the women themselves who provided it. The body of work done by UN Women and ECLAC in bringing to light the issues of care in Latin America and the Caribbean has been phenomenal. Because of the regional gender agenda, ECLAC and UN Women were already well positioned to make sense of the crisis that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed and highlight one of the most profound structural barriers of our time, the unfair burden of care on women, and the answer to that barrier, the creation of a care society, as a much needed recovery and healing opportunity for the sustainability of life and our planet. These are unprecedented times. The ball is set in motion, and there really isn't any future in maintaining the status quo. It is a time for healing, a do or die situation. The reality is that everyone does, after all, need care. Recognizing care as a right is fundamental to creating a care society. Like other rights, the right to care and to be cared for must be respected, protected, and fulfilled by the state, but implies also an all of society engagement in its fulfillment. We must consider care our collective business that we are all accountable to. It does require moving from the logic of services to the logic of people, as postulated by UN Women and ECLAC. Development of our human resource in the Caribbean has been undeniably driven predominantly by women who have created what they themselves do not possess. Yet, we can easily point to the building of school plants and airports and improved road networks and quality development. We do not expect these physical structures to come up by themselves. We invest a lot of money into them to make them what they really are. They couldn't be without that investment. The development and sustainability of our human capital, likewise, cannot be without investment. There have indeed been huge investments that have been made at the cost of the carer, a sacrifice. Because we have not counted that investment and not acknowledged it, we have lost because we have not sustained it. Just as we have depleted our natural resources in an unsustained way, and we're experiencing the repercussions in environmental degradation, so too, we have depleted our human resource in an unsustained way, and we are experiencing the repercussions of societal degradation. Everything is connected. We cannot get anywhere by maintaining the imbalance. Creating a care society will help us sustain the human resource investment. We no longer have to be paralyzed by the notion that investing in care systems does not produce returns. In a study done by UN Women Multi-Country Office for the Caribbean, through the joint SDG fund projects in St. Lucia, fiscal costs of expanding early childhood development services in St. Lucia reports that embarking on a policy that ensures universal access to early childhood development centers for all children under the age of 5 would mean that the government of St. Lucia would have to spend upfront 8.7% of its GDP. And on an annual basis, the government would have to spend an additional 0.9% of its GDP to properly implement a universal access program. If less than 1% increase in investment can lead to returns in human capital, in taxes and social contributions, and returns in family income, then not only will we have made back what we put in, we would make it back with interest. This brings us to another critical factor, financing the care system and policies. Partnership must be at the center of financing care. Because care is everyone's business, everyone must recognize the collective responsibility for investment, and at this point, we must take into consideration the global care change. Social and gender co-responsibility for care requires a paradigm shift that is at the very core of the gender equality cause. But partnership goes even deeper than partnership of civil society, government, development partners, and the private sector. It goes deeper even than co-responsibility. Partnership in our context necessarily must take into consideration the debt burden of many small island developing states, who because of their ranking as upper middle and high income countries have limited access to funding and must rely on borrowing to supply the most basic of needs to its citizens. We must collectively support the plight of countries like St. Lucia and other small island developing states, including many in the Caribbean. It is like a single mother who must make the impossible choice of whether to buy food for her children or school supplies. Nobody wins. Back to the paradigm shift that the issue of co-responsibility implies. The dismantling of gender norms and stereotypes that underlie inequality has been the sore point of gender equality and women's empowerment in St. Lucia. It is there that we see the slowest progress, and where progress is the most critical. Advancing the care society affords us a space to fully explore public education that promotes the critiquing of our daily life. There must be a strategic and systematic approach to this drive. Public education on gender equality and the care society must be enshrined in policy, not as a standalone initiative, but integrated into education policies and other policies such as climate change, social protection, and health policies. But we cannot do it alone. Thanks to UN Women and ECA for the excellent roadmap. We cannot and shouldn't endeavor to superimpose this roadmap on a framework built on equality. We must use this roadmap as a framework. The programs and policy strides we have advanced can fit within this new framework, but will require adjustment. We must together create the adjustment tools to help us fit our processes in this new framework. The government of St. Lucia has committed to putting people first and at the center of its development efforts. We are counting on our partners to help us make this commitment a reality nationally and for our region. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Janie Joseph, Director of Gender Affairs from the Department of Gender Affairs of St. Lucia. We'll now turn the floor to Irene Montero, Minister of Equality of the Government of Spain. Thank you, Irene. Over to you. Thank you, Chairwoman and Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina. Thank you for organizing this meeting and for receiving us in your country. Let me also thank the authorities of ECLAC and UN Women colleagues and authorities. I'd like to start by a recognition that I made this morning at the breakfast, but I think it's good to make it more formal. I think that the fact that it is from the global south and Latin America and the Caribbean where we are focusing on the need to transform our economies and our ways of lives by putting care at the center is something essential. It's a democratic lighthouse that illuminates the entire world. It's a feminist struggle, it's a women's struggle, but it's a struggle for everyone, for all Democrats. And I want to recognize you for that, because thanks to the popular Latin American movements, the feminist movements that have been working on the recognition of care as a right, thanks to that, other countries can learn. And not always have we recognized you for helping us with your experience, for everything we've learned from you in terms of broadening of rights and democratic progress. Let me first make a general consideration. I think it's been made clear in the position paper, and Maria Angeles Duran has said this very clearly. Care is the basis of life. It's what we need to be able to live. However, no economy in the world recognizes the existence of care in a formal manner as part of the economic structures and society. I don't know how many days an economy could last without care work, which is done in an invisible, precarious manner, mostly performed by the bodies of women. Therefore, we need a society that coordinates and is articulated around the centrality of care, which means that we want to make a true revolution, in the words of Maria Angeles Duran this morning. We are aiming at the core of the model of organization of the economy and society that's been imposed on us by neoliberalism in the last few decades. And this is not a minor issue, and it turns the feminist economy, the feminist movement, at the avant-garde of the democratic formulation of our countries and of the entire world. I think that means necessarily to recognize that when we talk about the right to care, we talk about fighting against the main problem of our societies, which is inequality. Therefore, we're talking about distributing, sharing care, work, but also wealth and time, because ultimately what we all need is time to live and to fully exercise our civil, political, social, and economic rights. So for that change in model, which is a structural model in the way we organize life, in the way we organize our societies and our economies, there is an important idea for those that are not convinced with the argument of human rights, which is the key argument. More than half of the population have the right to have their rights, fundamental rights, recognized by the state, but also care is an engine for economic development in times of crisis in particular. I think that this fight for the care systems disrupts one of the consensuses that was untouchable in Europe, and that is that at the times of crisis, you needed to withdraw from the public, but Today, the crisis of COVID-19 has made this visible, also the invasion of Ukraine, and it's been made clear that at times of crisis, we need to move towards the rights of more than half of the population that is women. Otherwise, our bodies continue to sustain, to endure the worst consequences of war, inequality, poverty, precariousness. And care can be an engine for economic growth at times of recovery. ILO data indicate that non-paid work can account for 15% of our GDP in Spain. I saw similar data for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, this becomes, again, an issue that has to do with human rights, with democracies, in addition to the women's agenda. And there are reactionary backlashes that want to oppose these developments. Another thing that I think is important for the change in model is that I think we need co-responsible societies, but also states that are co-responsible. We need to share care work among men and women. There was data saying that women throughout the year, the time we devote to care work that's unpaid accounts for 201 work days, 8-hour work days, compared to 63 work days by men. But we also need for states to be jointly responsible for ensuring care as a right in compliance with the Article 25 of the Declaration of Human Rights that says that corporations are responsible, states have co-responsibilities, and therefore we have the obligation to meet such obligations. As Minister Orellana said this morning, this has to do with recognition, with the implementation of public policies, but also with the recognition of the priceless value of care work and of the women that provide care work for our societies. And the state also has to be jointly responsible through public policies like state care systems and the recognition of the right to care itself. And there's another idea which is important, which is education inequality, which is another focus of attack by reactionary movements, questioning the mandatory nature of the state's obligations to educate our children in equality. If we don't educate in equality, it will be difficult to disrupt stereotypes and gender stereotyping. Otherwise, women will continue to bear the burden of care work. In Europe, 44% of the population still think that the main role of a woman has to do with performing household work and caring for their families. So we have much important work to do in terms of education in equality. That's another basis for public policies which we can't fail to promote. And then concrete policies, which is the other question we were asked. Let me start by pointing at one thing, and that is, if the feminist agenda has stopped being a long time ago, something that happens in the streets only or in institutions, it's no longer a full stop in institutions. When we look at the right to care, we can see clearly that feminists want to participate in the decision-making processes at the core of the rule of law, because talking about ensuring the right to care necessarily implies talking about fiscal issues, and it's one of the most difficult things to address in my country, at least. It's been very difficult to address that. And today we're implementing for the first time a tax on big fortunes, but it's been very difficult to achieve that. And it's obvious that if we want to guarantee the right to care, feminists have to talk, and it's unavoidable to ensure the rights of women, we have to talk absolutely about economic policies, the core of economic policies, and ultimately about the capacity of the state to redistribute wealth, which also implies redistributing time and care. I think the right to care has three pillars: the right to provide care, the right to receive care, and the right to work, to perform care work in decent conditions. That's why I think it's very important for us to talk about the need to have public policies. And I stress the word public policies, because I think the heart that should bring all those policies together should be based on democratic mechanisms subject to people's monitoring. Otherwise, there will be financial vultures wanting to turn care into a business as they've done with housing, education, or healthcare. We can't afford that. That doesn't mean, of course, that there aren't public-private cooperation mechanisms, but I think that the building of state care systems has to be subject to people's participation, democratic processes that we have to decide the direction we want to take. Well, some of the things we're trying to work on in Spain are, for example, decent working conditions of domestic workers. Currently, even if you find it unbelievable, we've arrived late, but we've arrived at ratifying the Convention 189 of the ILO so that domestic workers have a basic right like unemployment. We are also working on dependency, and I also liked the approach expressed by Minister Orellana this morning, because it's not just about making investments. In the case of Spain, these are historical. Never had a government like ours invested so much in dependency policies, but also we need to transform our model so that the institutionalization happens in as few cases as possible, because we all want to live as close as possible to our family environments, our friends. We also talk about time recognition of leaves, not only maternity or paternity leaves, which, as you know, in Spain are intransferable and the same for men and women. And I think that is important to avoid labor discrimination against women, for men to be jointly responsible. And let me introduce another discussion, another debate that my colleagues mentioned this morning. Of course, feminist proposals not only guarantee rights for women, but we also want a better society for men. I think there's much work to do in terms of awareness to ensure co-responsibility, but we also need structural policies so that even those that don't want to provide care have to do so. Otherwise, we won't be able to build an egalitarian society. So equal, intransferable, untransferable leaves move in that direction. For the first time, we have a public policy for conciliation, which we call co-responsibility plan. When I heard Maria Angeles this morning, I thought she will tell me off, because compared to the data she provided, 200 million is little. That's what we have, but it's more than our government had ever invested in a policy that makes it possible for women to leave their children, and not only if they want to sleep, but also if they want to have a coffee, they can leave their children at those daycare centers out of the school hours. And this also allows women to join the labor market, because all they've done was to care for others. And this can help them towards move towards economic autonomy. In care policies, we need to pay special attention to mothers that raise the children alone. We need also to think about intersectionality when we talk about race, more vulnerable women, women that are victims of violence, economic violence, by those that do not meet their alimony obligations, that do not meet their economic obligations towards their families. And finally, one more thing, that is the respect and care for family diversity. This was also said by my colleagues this morning. All families in Spain are working on a trans law and a law for the rights for LGBTIQ communities. And finally, let me point to an element which is a source of learning for us after the Belém do Pará Convention. And this has to do with the fact that women lead many democratic struggles, climate issues, the fight for the recognition of care as a right, and many women that from civil society organizations, feminist movements, journalism, institutional policies are in the front line. And they receive, as a mechanism to stop them and to stop advancement of rights, they are the victims of political violence. Some of them have even been murdered. In other cases, that leads to a scrutiny of the private lives of these women in an attempt to destroy their lives. So we have much to learn in Europe from Latin America and the Caribbean. In Spain, we are attaching increasing importance to political violence as a systematic strategy used against women that work for the advancement of feminist premises. And that is used to stop women that are at the front line. And I think this is something that feminists need to put at the center. And we need to be aware that we never walk alone, and partnerships among us is the big strength that feminists have always had, and which is what will help us overcome difficulties so as to be able to build a more feminist society, which is the same as saying a more democratic and a fairer society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, Minister of Equality of the Government of Spain. We give the floor to Gladys Acosta Vargas, Chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Please allow me, first of all, to greet the Director of Gender Affairs of ECLAC, Dr. Ana Güemes. I would also like to send a special greeting to Maria Noel Loesa, the Regional Director of UN Women for Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, the ministers who are here with me at this table, and to all of the ministers who are present here today. You really are the heads of the delegations when women come to present their regular reports, and it's extremely gratifying for me to see you here. I would also like to congratulate ECLAC and UN Women for the development of the excellent paper on the Care Society, a Horizon for Sustainable Development with Gender Equality. This paper addresses the challenges owing, first of all, from this pandemic, which is still relevant. And it presents a series of actions with very well-founded arguments, with the process which have been carried out in all areas of lives of women and children. It's clear that care policy did not originate in this paper. We have heard from feminist economists. We heard from them many years ago, and they spoke about this with great insistence on the need for care policies. And not only feminist economists, I also personally had the opportunity to hear indigenous leaders who taught me that the good life of the indigenous world contains many elements that are now expressed in the policy suggested in this document. These care policies have already begun to be incorporated in some countries that have had a vision for the future. And at this point, I can tell you that the CEDAW committee wants to include in their review of the policy care systems. We know that without these elements, it will not be possible to overcome the systematic expropriation of women's work. When certain activities are forgotten about, as we have said repeatedly here, activities which are essential for the economy and for society, and they have been totally made visible in society, and they have been devalued economically. So I think that this proposal is going to encourage us to revalue this from a macro political point of view for the benefit of women We need to look at fiscality from a new perspective. We need to look at budgets from a new perspective. And we hope that this paper will become a guide for us, a guide for the planning of regional state policies. The states need to make the absolute maximum efforts that they have to deal with the urgent. I think that the pandemic has left us with a sense of urgency, but we have to overcome that sense of urgency. And we have to focus on the underlying issues, which is transformation, true transformation of our societies. Because the model that we have now is out of date. I was listening to Maria Angeles this morning, and she was saying, if we don't change things profoundly, this is going to be impossible. And I think that's true. If we don't make profound changes to this development model, I think that what we are trying to do in achieving a care society will be impossible. I think that this not only has to do with thinking about eradicating all forms of discrimination against women, but we also have to look at what human rights in terms of civil, social, political, and cultural terms are being violated, that are stemming from an economic order which is discriminatory and unfortunately has prevailed in our region with the harmful presence of conservative policies, many of which are inspired in religious arguments which go against our gender agenda. I also want to tell you that in this month of November, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Committee for the Elimination of the Discrimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This is our treaty. It is the only treaty which is almost universal because it has 189 states that have ratified it, and its adoption in 1979 implied a historic milestone for humanity, not just for women, for humanity. This is how we see it. Today, as we are celebrating our 45th anniversary, I would like to make a special recognition of all women who individually and collectively made this important treaty possible and made its adoption possible. This is true of this treaty and for many other elements of this care agenda. The feminist presence in the movements, in politics, and in academia is made visible when we have to face the great challenges of humanity. For the first time, the Convention established that the rights of women are inalienable and compulsory for the states that ratified it. And when the first meeting was carried out in 1982, an important plan of action was carried out, which continues to be relevant today. There is a wide recognition today of the discrimination against women and children because it violates the first premise of the right to equality and dignity established in 1984 in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Therefore, I would like to say that all aspects of women's lives are affected by discrimination, and it is necessary to change this in order to advance in development, in growth, and in the prosperity of societies. This discrimination affects people's access to nutrition, to health, to education, to decent employment. And this has been proven by ECLAC in numerous studies that they have carried out in the region. We know all too well that this implies an exclusion of women in their own communities, despite the essential care work that we have carried out throughout history, which is unpaid, unrecognized, and which affects us for our whole lives from the moment that we're born until we die. And so I would like to say that our committee, despite everything that happened with the pandemic, and it has been hard for us to tackle the circumstances, we have continued the work of developing international standards on women's rights. We did have to suspend some regular reports when we weren't able to meet up, but we have continued with our obligations under the protocol and research. And since October 2021, we started to meet up again in order to start 4 regular reports per session, and we have carried out follow-up reports of 17 countries, many of which are from this region in the framework of the follow-up observation framework. We have recognized the importance of legislative measures, budgetary measures, and other measures which are extremely effective, and the member states have taken them on in order to adopt the recommendations in the areas where they are required. That's to say, national mechanism for the advancement of women, gender-based violence, the legislative agenda, political participation, the protection of women and children who are victims in situations of armed conflict, which unfortunately is on the rise at the moment in our planet. But we also have this jurisprudence body in our committee. We have created 38 general recommendations which guide states on the measures that they should adopt in order to be able to apply this convention. And in the following session, in this 39th session that was held just last week, the committee adopted the recommendation number 39 on the rights of women and children, indigenous women and children. This is the first time that a human rights body issues guidelines focused exclusively on the discrimination suffered by women and children who are indigenous. It is the culmination of a participatory and inclusive process which lasted 2 years. I would like to specifically thank the government of Mexico for the financial support they provided and for having received us in Tlaxcala for a face-to-face meeting, for our Americas meeting. I would also like to make special recognition of the invaluable support of the Regional Office of UN Women. Here we have our regional director. Thank you to her and her office in Mexico. We also have the representative from the Mexican office here for their unique help during this process. I also would like to thank UNICEF Mexico because they provided invaluable support to us before and after the meeting. And I would like to say something very important. Protecting the rights of indigenous women and children is very closely linked to our agenda today. It shows us that care should not only be established between people, but it should be extended to the environment in its broadest sense, to nature. Our habitat needs to be expressed, and it needs to have rules that protect it that are very precise, and this is the responsibility of the state. They need to be respected by the private sector when they develop different types of development projects. In this regard, the care agenda combines social, political, economic, and cultural aspects which are incompatible with persistent inequality that characterizes our region, which unfortunately is a growing phenomenon in the rest of the planet. We always say that Latin America is the most unequal region in the world, but what is happening now in the world, I don't know if we will still be the most unequal region of the world. In the developed countries, there is a level of inequality that is being produced and a level of poverty that is happening, which is unprecedented. At the same time, there is a concentration of wealth, which is shameful. It's obscene, the concentration of wealth that we have today in the world. And despite all of this, the legal nature of human rights should be front and center for the states. It is the only way to be able to resolve the harmful effects of the neoliberal economy, which is so disconnected from the needs and the rights of people. And the concentration and the power of capital in the hands of transnational companies, which work in our countries without strict normative frameworks and which harm indigenous peoples in their territories. This is one of the big obstacles that we face to a care society. Human rights advocates and environmental activists have put this to the CEDAW community. And I really want to recognize them, acknowledge them, because I have never seen so much aggression and so much repression of human rights and environmental advocates. We have to be very clear about this. At the same time that human rights are recognized, there are oppressive mechanisms that are being generated, and they are inhuman, to say the least. I would also like to say that the care agenda implies having adequate representation across all levels of the state, with substantive leadership in this area, with justice systems of high quality, which are gender responsive, which are relevant culturally, which are free from all types of corruption, because they are the only guarantee to rectify any circumstances of violation of human rights, and to make possible the implementation of this care agenda. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Gladys Acosta Vargas, President, Chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Thank you for your contributions, and I'll now turn the floor to the Secretary. Thank you, Chair. Next, we will hear the delegations. We now ask the countries who want to take the floor to please raise your signs, put up your signs so that we draw the list of speakers. Panama is recognized. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, presiding officers, minister, authorities from the region, friends. This exchange has allowed us to strengthen our collective work in addressing the matrices of social inequalities in our various countries with relevant policies adapted to the needs and characteristics of each population group and each territory. Let me also take this opportunity to share with you that on March 30th this year, I submitted to the Council of Cabinet of our country a draft law creating the Ministry for Women in Panama. This draft law has passed the third discussion, and soon Panama will have a Ministry for Women to continue our struggle. In addition, I want to thank the support and the commitment of President Cortizo, who committed before civil society feminist women, feminist groups to create this ministry. And this ministry will be a reality in this President Cortiz's administration. But this also honors the fight, the struggles of many women in the region that are fighting for the advancement of national mechanisms for women. So soon, or hopefully in the next forum, in the next conference, regional conference, Panama will be represented by a minister for women. For our administration, in the framework of the 2030 agenda and the issue of inequitable distribution of social organization care, we undertook the development of a national care strategy for persons that are dependents, laying the foundations for a new social compact that ensures care with social co-responsibility at the private, family, and public level with a rights approach. We created the Public Policy Board and the Social Cabinet for the definition of a comprehensive care system in our country based on the public policy for care, will design the first care pilot in our country with the purpose of creating a mechanism for the implementation of care policy in the territories with the direct involvement of the various local stakeholders and beneficiary populations. Added to this process is the drafting of a bill creating a national care system in Panama, on which we worked jointly with UN Women, and soon we will be presenting it before the cabinet and before National Assembly for discussion and adoption. And in terms of challenges, it's worth noting that considering the current budgetary restrictions, the financing means are very complex. And in this context, we know there are other priorities in the labor market, such as the creation of decent employment and formalization of informal employment. And they both require mass investments in infrastructure and human capital. And it's been estimated that a care system costs around 2% of GDP. For example, if we do the exercise for Panama, that amount represents or accounts for approximately $1.2 billion. That's an amount similar to the consumption subsidies used in our country. Undoubtedly, a comprehensive care system is absolutely necessary. However, there's still much uncertainty in terms of what could be the most effective sources of financing, among which there might be a specific tax, an earmarked tax, dedicating funds already existing in the national budget, or creating a solidarity fund, or using beneficiary contributions, or a combination of the above. Those are some of the options that we should all think about. Today, more than ever, it's necessary to engage in a discussion and to reflect upon the forms of financing social protection and care systems, which would foster the dialogue between the authorities of finance and the treasury and the social spheres of the country. We count on ECA for that, to create awareness among the ministries of the economy and finance of our region, so that they give us budgetary support, so that the care system is seen as a public policy, and so that we can obtain the relevant financing. Thank you. Thank you. Delegate from Panama. I now recognize the delegation of Mexico. Good afternoon. Let me warmly greet the presiding authorities and all those present here and those that are following us through digital means. It's important to note, even if it's been done before, that the Mexican delegation is made up by members of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, as well as members of the organized civil society. At this point, it's important for me to stress the actions taken in the judiciary of my country, which are connected with the topics we are discussing. It's important to know that as of 2019, and in spite of the challenges of the pandemic, the judiciary of the Federation adopted a comprehensive policy to advance the leadership of women and to transform the institutional culture. And that has allowed us to create innovative actions, sustainable, replicated actions, and unprecedented actions in the judiciary aimed at a population of around 50,000 people that are part of this branch of power. We put together courses for women to have access to the positions of judges and magistrates, and we organized selection processes and also the obligation for the jurisdictional bodies to be made up by at least 50% women at all levels. These measures have allowed us to move from 23% women judges to 40% women judges in only 3 years. We know that the playing field is not level, and for women to have access to decision-making positions, they should be accompanied by actions aimed at conciliating family life, personal life, and work life, and also co-responsibility of care. For that, we've implemented several measures that put care at the center. Among them, the Decent Breastfeeding Program, under the framework of which 144 breastfeeding centers were installed in the judiciary offices of the Federation, and we've extended leaves to grant rest time for breastfeeding from the time women go back to work and for 2 years after that. We've also equaled the duration of paternity and maternity leaves. So they both have 12 weeks with 100% of the salary paid, and those leaves are the same length for all family structures, that is maternity, single-parent families, or adoption. The financing came from savings in the budget, like the reduction in the use of paper as a result of the pandemic. Also adopted was an adscriptions policy attaching privilege to the selection of women that are responsible for care work, so they can work in jurisdictional bodies. Another action is economic support for daycare centers. Based on what we've learned in the pandemic, we recently adopted a teleworking policy with a gender perspective, which makes it possible for people to work remotely 40% of the time, prioritizing those that engage in care and child rearing work. We've also implemented a zero tolerance policy towards sexual harassment. We created a specialized unit to address those cases with a restorative approach, and also measures to transform the organizational culture, among which is the obligation to provide training in this subject matter for all public servants. This strategy for the mainstreaming and institutionalization of a gender perspective in the judiciary of the Federation is innovative, it can be replicated, and it has a gender perspective. As a result of that, it was recognized last year by the Latin American Task Force for the Leadership of Women, receiving a Good Practices Award in the category Public Policies and Guarantees for the Exercise of Leadership by Women. This experience has led to dialogues in Mexico, and we hope they can be taken as a regional example, in the sense that with willingness and political commitment, changes can be made. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the statement made by the delegation from Mexico. Now we're going to give the floor to the delegation from Brazil. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Ministers, high-level authorities, ladies and gentlemen. I work for the Family and Human Rights Minister for Brazil. First of all, I would like to congratulate the government of Argentina for hosting this important regional conference in order to address an issue which is crucial for our society, which is care. Care has traditionally happened in the private sphere, centered in the family and under the responsibility mainly of women. However, sociocultural changes recently have affected our ways of care, given the greater insertion of women in the labor market, and this has affected the formats of nuclear families and the demographics of younger populations, and has affected the number of potential carers available, and the state has to deal with this demand. It's important to mention that to provide care services in the long term isn't just a question of responding to supply and demand. There are three principal reasons for including this in the government's agenda. First of all, long-term care is essential to protect the quality of life for those who depend on care. Secondly, long-term care is a gender issue. On the one hand, most of care work is carried out by women. On the other hand, women are usually the ones who provide this, who need care in the long term, because they have a longer life expectancy than men for biological and other reasons. Thirdly, long-term care can reduce services in hospitals, because people who are cared for at home have less possibilities of developing pathologies. To the increasing social demand for care, the Brazilian government has adopted a national care policy, which is extensive and intersectorial. In this context, last year, a working group was created to formulate a proposal for the creation of a national care policy, taking into account studies, draft bills, initiatives, and research underway in this field. The working group was made up of representatives from the National Institute of Social Security and the Health, Education, Citizen, and Women, Family, and Human Rights ministries who coordinated it, alongside the participation of civil society and through meetings promoting care, who were also involved. This work was finished in April this year, and two principal documents were presented: the final report containing all of the activities carried out, actions and programs of the ministries that took part, and a draft bill on the National Care Plan for Brazil. In Brazil, we acknowledge that dignity in all life cycles implies the existence of efficient and accessible care system. This is how we hope to move forward in the construction of national care policies, seeking to develop quality public care policies in line with the social and demographic conditions of the countries in recent years. The situation of national care policies will allow for a more equal distribution of responsibilities amongst families, states, and society, ensuring the right to a dignified and safe life for people who are dependent and for their carers. In this regard, we are sure that this participation in the 15th Regional Conference will be a great experience to learn from the best practices of other Latin American countries, and these contributions will be important for our country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from the United States.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buen día, bom dia. Permítanme comenzar agradeciendo al CIPAL y al gobierno de Argentina por ser anfitriones de esta conferencia, que brinda una plataforma importante para discutir la equidad y igualdad de las mujeres en América.
Equality of women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that puts an important emphasis on the care economy. The United States is more committed than ever to the success of the United Nations system, including the regional commissions, which are important platforms for furthering the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We fully support the focus of this conference on the creation of a society that recognizes and values work related to care as an essential element to move forwards in gender equality. The United States speaks of the excellent work of ECLAC to promote the care infrastructure and to improve the security and quality of employment for those who work in the care economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. We recognize the comprehensive role that the care economy plays for economic security and for women's empowerment. The improvements in the care infrastructure in countries across the world are essential to promote economic security of women and their families. And as we have all witnessed, the COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the unequal burden of care, which women often bear the burden of, women and children. However, we can work together to reduce this load by investing in care infrastructure, promoting and supporting decent work for care workers, and recognizing domestic and care work as a viable profession. Our governors can commit to transformative budgets which are gender responsive and which incorporate and address the disproportionate care burdens and which lower the negative economic and social impacts of COVID on women and young girls. It can also promulgate laws and policies that foster flexible labor policies that address paternal leaves or divorce, inheritance, sexual health, sexual and reproductive health, minimum wages, which are and fair credits for families and support for carers and for workers that seek help in cases of violence in the homes and harassment in the home. Historically, the infrastructure has referred to bricks and mortar. However, the infrastructures also include policies, resources, and services which allow for growth and economic stability at a global level. This can include the digital infrastructure, which allows children to continue their education and allows communities to connect to their suppliers and clients, and also raises awareness of the challenges and opportunities of the care economy. It also includes the climate infrastructure that strengthens climate resiliency of our local and global communities. Solid health systems which have been affected by the pandemic and other health crises. And the infrastructure of gender equality, which allows for the participation, contribution, and equitable leadership of women to address the challenges of our times. The infrastructure investments of care includes care of children, care of older persons, and community inclusion for people with disabilities, medical care, and early and universal education are particularly necessary, not only for women, but for the whole of society, in order to support a solid economic growth in the wake of COVID, in the aftermath of COVID. We need to pay dividends over generations, empowering and employing women. promoting early education and the healthy development of children, strengthening families thereby. But the Biden-Harris administration prioritizes the infrastructure of care in its political instruments, including that of investment for infrastructure and global investment. And a key priority in the first national strategy on gender equality. Care is a key part of our national strategy on equity and equality. We are trying to align our budget with our gender policies. On the International Day for Women this year, the Biden-Harris government announced the largest budget in history of $2.6 billion to promote equity, gender equity and equality. In recent years, the United States government has announced the Action Fund for Gender Equality and Equity with $100 million in the fiscal year 2021 and an additional $100 million in this fiscal year. This fund promotes economic security for women and children across the world with a holistic approach for gender equality and equal access to services and opportunities and decision-making. The funds also help to address the disproportionate impacts in the long term that have been caused by the COVID-19 crisis, climate change, and the conflicts and crises in the world, and their effects on women and children. We want to see how we can increase our cooperation with ICLAC in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and their vision of promoting equality for everyone, which will require building a society that supports and values care work. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al delegado.
Thank you, Delegate of the US. Next, we'll recognize the delegation of Chile. Minister Orellana, you have the floor. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for all of your presentations. Let me start by referring to a reference made by my president at the Inter-American Women's Commission in the Americas, Ms. Irene Castillo from Panama, regarding one of the Santiago commitments that had to do with participation of women in strategic sectors in the economy. I'm glad to be able to say that yesterday, I couldn't be there because you can't be everywhere, but yesterday, Codelco, the largest state-owned company in Chile and one of the greatest copper production companies in the world, launched its women participation plan in the industry with a 35% quota during this government. So we are undertaking those commitments also through our sovereign and strategic industries. As a country, we've talked extensively about the creation of systems to provide care, that is how to meet the demand for care. But I wanted to insist on the very relevant point mentioned by several of the panel members, whose contributions I appreciate, relative to the other care policies, because it's not the same to talk about provision, to guarantee, ensure the right to be provided care than the recognition of the visibility of care work, visibilization and awareness of the contribution that the care economy makes to the well-being and the wealth, even if not monetarized wealth of countries. So it's important for us to share care policies that run along ancillary paths that do not have to do with explicit provision, but do contribute in terms of our objectives as a conference and our objectives as countries relative to sustainable development. First, let me insist as a country on the relevance of parity. Parity as a floor, not as a ceiling for women. As the Chilean government, we've honored our commitment with the parity cabinet and appointments, direct appointments by the president in the state, in all SOEs as well, which should be in parity. It's important for us to understand what parity is. Those that have always had the possibility to participate, or if we're going to open up the path for women in all their diversity. Let me stress that by means of a request from civil society, and I take off the hat of the activist, together with the current First Lady, we submitted a formal request to the Electoral Service, which is our autonomous electoral justice, independent from the government, for them to recognize expenditures of care for the children of all candidates, not only women. And a favorable decision was issued by the electoral board. So women, mostly, it was women candidates that were able to have the expenses refunded, which shows that engaging in care work is a permanent obstacle for their democratic participation. So we had a significant number of council women, representatives of the local governments and municipalities that are also members of the caregiver movement. So they are 24/7 providing care in a paid way, and they participate in local politics today. Secondly, care work in connection with the justice system. In the previous legislative period, this was implemented, and we are now using recorded interviews to prevent the re-victimization of boys, girls, and women that are victims of violence. That's been a challenge in terms of good governance and relation with the police, law enforcement, investigating bodies, with the care of boys and girls at the center. Latin America and the Caribbean continue to have an unacceptable rate. We talk about co-responsibility of the state, but as we said, most households, most of the care of boys and girls is borne by women that do not receive the support of fathers. So we believe that the states need to take action, honoring the commitments made in terms of the comprehensive development of boys and girls, as well as in terms of the right of women to live lives that are free from violence, because that is economic violence. So now we have a parental responsibility law, an alimony law, and by means of a lifting of the bank secret, it makes it possible for us to follow the money, that is to get to know where the funds are, which are owed to boys and girls. And there is a proposal that was favorably received by Congress, which was inherited from an infamous time in our country. Until very few years ago, children were worth different before the law, depending on the type of household or family they were born to. There were legitimate and illegitimate children that had different rights in terms of maintenance, different inheritance rights derived from the civil code. Until 2 months ago, the civil code in our country said that the amount of the alimony would be set according to the social position or standing of the child, so they could live modestly, which was an implicit way of imposing discipline on single mothers. So they would be reminded that children could have different needs, whether they were born in one neighborhood or another. We're happy to announce that today the civil code establishes that the alimony will be set according to the comprehensive development and progressive autonomy needs of the child. That takes us to making a warning, which we believe is important. It's something we're seeing in our political discussions in my country. This has to do with co-responsibility, visit, tuition. The parental relation is a right of the child, not a right of the parent. Boys and girls are not things to which parents, based on the old law, have unlimited rights. It's a mistake to enshrine parental co-responsibility in the civil tuition of boys and girls without considering the structural dimension of inequality between men and women, because that translates into a clear increase in vicarious violence, which we need to recognize in all its dimension. Finally, we talked about fiscal compacts. It was mentioned, that was mentioned by Minister Montero from Spain. It's also mentioned by our professor Duran, who posed many more questions that we had ourselves, and this has to do with progressivity. Fiscal progressivity in itself is beneficial for women because we are overrepresented in poverty. So to the extent we move to more progressive fiscal systems, we will have more justice, gender justice. In Chile, the government has submitted to Congress a tax reform draft law so that those that have more contribute more for the well-being of the country. And also on Monday, I couldn't be there. This is an indication of how much I appreciate this space. We submitted to Congress a draft law for the reform of pensions. The pension fund manager system, the private system, was born in Chile, and today we are the first country that proposes its repeal. This doesn't mean that there won't be the possibility to have a private initiative, but where there is a business, there are no guarantees for rights. Currently, through the pension fund system, if we leave aside the efforts the government has to make to compensate for all the losses, the self-financed pension of women is 30,000 Chilean pesos. It's not even a simple, that just isn't enough for you to buy your weekly staples. Investments are made in the financial system instead of providing people with decent pensions. So that's not decent at all, and we hope to put an end to it. And we've followed every recommendations relative to including care as one of the pillars for social security. So within the social insurance scheme, we recommend to have 24 months of contributions for the social insurance system for each biological or adopting mother, and also recognizing making contributions to the pension account for those that are caregivers who will be part of our social caregiver registry, which will be implemented as of November the 14th. To conclude, I wanted to insist again that these are examples of policies that are being discussed. Some have already been implemented. We believe it is essential for us as a country to achieve the greatest consensus possible in the care pillar, and also in connection with the boundaries and the needed participation of the private sector. As I said, in Chile, we have vast experience in social rights that have been subject to business interests. That's why we took the freedom to make this warning here. In this new spectrum of well-being that we are opening up with the society of care, this issue cannot be subject to business interests. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Orellana, for your intervention. Let me thank those that have taken the floor. I'd like to mention that this is an in-person conference, and at the Retiro BC room, the negotiations are starting. I now recognize the delegation of Canada.
Muchas gracias. Y buen día y excelencias, distinguidos colegas y amigas.
Distinguished friends and colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you. I'd like to thank the government of Argentina and the minister for receiving us today and for their leadership and strength doing this work. And I will continue in English. It's not that I'm not interested in speaking in Spanish, but it's because I've prepared my paper in English.
So continuing, I think, first of all, my government would like to underscore how much we understand the importance of the work of ECLAC in respect of advancing the interests of women and in gender equality, women and girls in all their diversity and in gender equality in the region. That is, I think, obvious to everybody in this room. And indeed, that's why we're here. But I think it's important for us to gracias. But to make that clear, because that is why we are here to support partners in the region who are working to protect and promote women and the rights of women and girls and gender diverse people across Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, it won't be a surprise to many here that we believe very strongly in taking a feminist approach focused on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, again, in all their diversity. And that's because that is the most important and the most effective way to build a more peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous world. And that has been said many times, but I think we have to keep saying that because that is so important to understanding how we can affect change. To that end, my government will continue to work with all partners, with governments, civil society organizations that are here today, with multilateral institutions, to ensure that we're building that peaceful, resilient, and inclusive community in all of our countries and regions. And that is why this theme today, the Care Society, is so important for us in Canada, because we already know from our domestic work how crucial this is to ensuring that broader goal. And I'm going to speak a little bit about some of the work that we've done. Now, we know, first of all, that care work is essential for human well-being. I mean, that's why basically I'm here today. So, and it's sustainable economic growth comes as a consequence of that. And it's finally the case that we're recognizing this reality because it is true in all of our countries that care work has been insufficiently recognized and undervalued. The film demonstrated that, but it's not something that should be a surprise to anybody. So we have a feminist international assistance policy. So we explicitly commit to taking a feminist approach to helping address unpaid care work issues and the disproportionate burden of care shouldered by women and girls in particular around the world. Now, unpaid, as we have said, others have said before, unpaid and paid care work, irrespective, are highly gendered. And the unequal distribution and often maltreatment of the care work infringes the rights of women and girls, and it obviously leads to lower socioeconomic outcomes. And the pandemic, which has been mentioned, we know statistically that this has an impact. It has exacerbated the unequal nature of unpaid care work and the care crisis. And those negative effects for women and for families, we know that they will have a long-lasting impact without proactive interventions. And the example, for instance, that was given earlier about salary, differences in salary, that is an example where women take time out to have children, that has had a systemic, a lifelong impact on salary differences. And the pandemic will simply make that worse. So it is not a one-off occasion to fix a problem. This has to be a continuing solution. Now, for that reason, we need to transform harmful social norms and expectations about gender roles and care work to deepen the understanding of the value it generates and promote care work as a shared responsibility between men and women in all our diversity and across the household, state, communities, civil society, and the private sector. You know, this is a collective responsibility. And we can't point at other people and say it's your job. So we need a global, concerted response that recognizes and seeks to redistribute and ease care responsibility. Some of that is a financial issue, some of it is a social policy issue. It's a structural issue, and that's to ensure that the pandemic doesn't continue to undermine women's human rights and well-being and drive them out of the workforce and public space and keep them out of the workforce and public space. But, so those are nice words. What about actions? And I think my Prime Minister at the Generation Equality Forum last year announced that Canada is spending $100 million in funding, new funding, dedicated funding for standalone programming, specifically to address unpaid and paid care work in low and middle income countries. So that is integrating additional $100 million into our existing international assistance programs with a specific objective of demonstrating metrics, provable economic metrics that show the value of this work. That's specifically to recognize and address and reduce unequal distribution of that care work and ensure unpaid and paid care workers are represented and have their voice heard and their rights are recognized and protected. Representation is also crucial. Examples also include, we have a $3 million project with the International Labour Organization in Peru. It's called Opening Doors, More and Better Decent Work Opportunities for Domestic Workers. We have a $10 million commitment to invest in childcare. That's a World Bank initiative. And we have additional programming that we will be committing with women's rights and civil societies organizations and multilateral and bilateral partners, some of them in the room here. Also importantly though, care begins at home. And for us, that means that we have to ensure that we are practicing what we preach on the international stage. So that means working with domestically, it means working with our various government levels. So our provincial governments, our Indigenous partners, Indigenous communities in Canada that have often not had a voice in this process, to give all families in Canada access to high quality, affordable, flexible, and inclusive early learning and childcare. So we are committing, my government's committing $27 billion over 5 years to build an early learning and childcare system. So $27 billion, which is specifically dedicated to bringing the cost of care for regulated childcare down to about $10 a day on average. And the purpose of that is that we have already seen that in using examples in our country, using economic examples, that if we had a program like that across Canada, we would already have generated nearly 250,000 additional jobs. And that's basically women coming into the workforce, women who are kept out of the workforce. So that commitment extends as well to building on progress to ensure that we have inclusive childcare that represents different cultural perspectives, that it includes children with disabilities, children needing enhanced and individual support, Indigenous children, racialized children, immigrants, people with, to ensure that families with different languages are included. Because we can see the numbers exactly how important this is. We also, the reason my minister wasn't here today, unfortunately, is because she was announcing a national commitment in Canada to a gender violence action plan, specifically to address issues, for instance, like the one my American colleague mentioned about violence in the workplace. There's issues that are broader than just the issue we're talking about today, but they are all part of a collective exercise to ensure that we address our objectives. We've joined the Global Alliance for Care and Mujeres, el Instituto Nacional en Mexico, and working with other ECLAC member states and ECLAC on a commitment to share knowledge and advocate. And sharing knowledge is so fundamental, I think, in this exercise. It's best practices and knowing how best to use our resources. So, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, ministers, the challenges we face today require transformative solutions. We know that can only come from a shift towards innovative, inclusive, and sustainable, financially sustainable approaches that benefit everybody equally. We need those commitments. We will continue to work with partners in the region to work together to that collective goal. We need a more just and prosperous hemisphere. And as the excellent interventions yesterday and today show, we know what we need to do, and my government and I stand ready to work with you to accomplish that. Gracias por la palabra.
Agradecemos la intervención del delegado de
We
Canadá.
thank the delegate of Canada for his intervention. Next, the presidential advisor of Colombia is recognized. Good afternoon, everyone. From the government of Colombia, we would like to greet the government of Argentina for receiving us. For receiving us and for hosting the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Likewise, we would like to greet ECLAC, UN Women, and all the other people that have made this meeting possible. We also greet the honorable members of our Colombian Congress who are with us, as well as the members of our embassy here in Argentina and our colleagues from the social women's movement who are also with us. In Colombia, we celebrate the fact that there is a consensus of countries in Latin America around the need to move towards a care society in response to the climate, economic, political, and social crisis that is becoming deeper and profounder around the world as a result, not only of the war, but of a development model based on extractivism, violence, and unlimited consumption, which has maintained in the world social, economic, and gender inequalities, deepening them, which are being made more profound as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. As our President Gustavo Petro said, and as was said by our Vice President Francia Marquez, we need to correct our path by humanizing humanity and multilateral policies, which is what we are doing in this forum. Let me also express our deep concern for the increase of all forms of violence against women, sexual, intra-family violence, physical violence, psychological violence, economic violence, emotional violence, obstetric violence, and feminicides, which unfortunately continue to occur in all countries in the world. We consider that we cannot have care societies if we do not have societies free from the continuum of violence against women. That is why we want to emphasize that we need to move forward in a firm manner towards ensuring the rights of women in all our diversity. This is not just an imperative of justice and equity at these times of crisis, but it is an international obligation contained in the principles of progressivity and provision of progressivity in the framework of international conventions and commitments of human rights. The conference recognizes care as a right, as a human right. This is a first step to move towards change, the change required by our region. That change has been curbed for decades because of the privatization of social policies, which added to the patriarchal system and the unfair sexual division of labor, led to women having to bear alone and without support the burden of all the needs for care in society. I call on you to not forget that not all women are in the same situation. Ethnic, rural, migrant women, impoverished women have been the ones that have borne the greatest burden as a result of the transfer of the work of women, making them do unpaid work. Here, we're not talking about a dual burden, but sometimes a triple or quadruple workday. That is why we consider that a comprehensive care system, which is universal, jointly responsible, with solidarity, and which seeks the reorganization of care work in our society, should be built based on the interconnection of the gender approach, the ethnic and territorial approach, the intersectional approach, the feminist approach, anti-racist approach, anti-capitalist approach, and intercultural approach. They should all be intertwined. We want to emphasize the need for comprehensive systems to be built so that people that provide care and people who need to be cared for and who have been excluded in our countries to better living and well-being conditions. We need an ethnic approach, a territorial approach, an intercultural approach that recognize and integrate the diverse knowledge and experiences in connection with care that ethnic women, rural women have, attaching value to psycho-spiritual practices, ancestral medicine, our wise, our elder women, which are ways which provide ways of self-care, collective care, caring for the big home and the extensive family. A collective people-centered approach should pay community care work through public people's alliances. We know about collective and community care work, which has been a form of resistance in many communities, and it's been women, the ones that have been the main advocates of life and our territories, the defenders of life and our territories. But to be able to sustain that work in spite of the violence resulting from war and extractivism, we move towards a creation of protective environments, which have been our own ways to create care and community self-care systems. Women in the territories know that to achieve peace, in particular in Colombia and in all the region, it is necessary for the care society to change its paradigms of punitive and suppressive security, and we should move towards a humane and care-based security. That's why in Colombia, we are committed to the participatory construction, a comprehensive construction of the National Plan for the Implementation of Resolution 1325 Agenda for Women, Peace and Security, which is a fundamental component of the quest of the search for a care society throughout the region. With the purpose of moving towards a care society in Colombia, we recently eradicated in October the project for the creation of the Ministry for Equality and Equity, which would lead the Colombian government's policy to fulfill rights and ensure equality for women in all their diversity, LGBTIQ plus persons, Afro-descendant peoples, the Rom people, and indigenous populations, as well as peasants, boys and girls, young people and older adults, as well as people with disabilities, homeless people, and people living in excluded territories. The creation of the Ministry for Equality and the National Care System are two of the major bets of our President Gustavo Petro and our Vice President Francia Marquez. This institutional progress is of the essence, but we know that to achieve true equality and peace, it is necessary to move towards a new style of development, which puts the care for life first. We hope that this conference will allow all countries in the region to come up with new cultural, social, fiscal, and environmental compacts so that resources are allocated and new social structures are proposed, putting care work at the center of development and as a pillar of our policies. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank Clemencia Carabalí for her intervention. She's a presidential advisor in Colombia. We'll now recognize the delegation of Venezuela. Good afternoon. Warm greetings from the Venezuelan people and from its constitutional government to this 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me thank and congratulate ECLAC, UN Women, and the host ministry for the excellent organization of this meeting. I'm very happy to participate in this forum, which is a mechanism for the creation of a gender agenda in our region, where we discuss the achievements and challenges of our causes to move forwards together. It's also a source of inspiration for the rest of the world. On this occasion, we're brought together by the challenge to move towards a society of care for life, an urgent need that has been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. That is a challenge that my country has been addressing in a sustained, progressive manner in the last 2 decades. The cornerstone of the care system in Venezuela was the new constitution of Venezuela in 1999. That text defined the movement of our society with a protagonic role, addressing the problems of inequality, exclusion, and social injustice. The people's participation, together with the Cultural Revolution, has been the pillar to transform relations of power imposed by the capitalist system, and it allowed us to build relations based on equality and solidarity. Let me go to Article 88 of our Constitution, establishing the home as the major place of work, creating social well-being. Starting from this paradigm, we've created a legal framework protecting the rights of women with an ideology based on the principles of equality, inclusion, intersectionality, and progressivity. We can proudly refer to the entry into force of laws that fight against patriarchy in the process of decolonialization that is led by our political project, such as equality of opportunities, protection for people with disabilities, the promotion and protection of breastfeeding and humanized childbirth, a law for the protection of the elderly, a law for the protection of families, mothers and fathers, and an organic law on the right of women to a life free from violence that's been recently reformed. We've also created laws for people's power and a law for the system of care for life that was passed in 2021, resulting from an open consultation receiving more than 27,000 proposals. This has been made possible thanks to the excellent coordination between the government and the people, community organizations at the grassroots level, conforming parochial, municipal, and regional units for discussion. To ensure compliance with the law, we have an organizational structure which we call communal councils. Those councils allow us to regularize the activities of 28,000 communities throughout the country. Currently, in these grassroots organizations, there is a discussion for the creation of committees for Care for Life, which would allow us to have 48,000 more mechanisms to combat sexual division of labor. It would allow us to continue to guarantee participation of women in public life. This legal framework has allowed us as a state to create a social system of missions, a concrete system of guarantees for Care for Life made up by more than 30 missions, large missions and micro missions in the area of healthcare, food, education, social protection, housing, and services that make up social programs to guarantee fundamental rights in the most vulnerable territories, prioritizing citizens at the core of public policies, and also preservation of the life on the planet. This has been enshrined in the Plan de la Patria, which is a draft law developing specific policies to disrupt the criminal metabolism of capital, the promotion of a system to address social demands through missions for social protection of the population. And those are objectives that support the Sustainable Development Goals for this decade. This plan has transformed the neighborhoods into a big mission for the protection of families. These missions follow up boys and girls to ensure a healthy growth and development. The big mission, Hogares de la Patria, works with the most vulnerable members of the population. In spite of the pandemic and coercive unilateral measures, this mission provides services to thousands of families, and 67% of those beneficiaries are women heads of household. In spite of the efforts made by the Venezuelan government to ensure the social organization of care with equality and justice, unilateral coercive measures have had a great impact to the detriment of the quality of life of the Venezuelan people, with negative effects mostly on women and girls. In spite of the fact that the unilateral coercive measures are crimes against humanity, in spite of them, social protection measures implemented by the government ensure that our national budget will allocate 70% of it for social expenditures, with the commitment of complying with the Santiago Commitment and the Montevideo Strategy in an effort to provide services for caregivers, ensuring fulfillment of the rights to care of children, boys, girls, LGBTI communities, caregivers, nature, and and urban fauna. The pandemic strengthened our solidarity bonds because we've all been caregivers, and Venezuelan women were heroic because we experienced more than 900 unilateral coercive measures that continue to have a negative impact on our country in terms of the provision of food, medicines, and the sustainment of public policies. The solidarity that goes beyond differences was clearly expressed in October in the city of Caracas on the occasion of the preparatory meeting for this regional conference organized by the United Nations representative, UNDP, and UN Women. We thank you for the support and for increasing the level of cooperation with the participation of civil society representatives, social movements, and political parties, and also private enterprises. we recognized the need to have co-responsibility to sustain the care system for life, including all those that contribute to the creation of wealth. This is a message that we wanted to convey from the various voices in our country. The reflection is that we should continue strengthening a culture of shared responsibility of care, to have a society that protects life in all its dimensions, with joint and shared activities in opposition to individualism, in particular, if we consider the well-being policy, which is key for us to go beyond a patriarchal anthropocentric society so that we can relate in a fairer and more equitable manner. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Guzman from Venezuela. Next, if there are no further requests to take the floor by the delegations, we'll open the floor for the UN system, agencies, funds, and programs. PMA had requested the floor. ACNUR is recognized. Excellencies, ministers, authorities, representatives of member countries, Secretariat of the Regional Conference on Women, colleagues of the UN system, and other international and regional organizations, representatives of civil society, dear friends. Let me first, on behalf of ACNUR, thank you for the invitation to participate at this important event. We congratulate ECLAC and its team for the excellent analysis reflected in the position paper, and we read in particular the specific reference to displacement and migration of women caregivers. Currently, the Americas host around 100 million women that are migrants, internally displaced women, stateless women, and other unprotected women. Violence, persecution, gender violence, violations of human rights continue to be the major reasons for the forced displacement in the Americas. Our region is witnessing an unprecedented displacement crisis and an increase in mixed movements of population that continues to have a very high cost for women and girls, which account for half of the displaced population in the Americas. There is still great gender inequality, which is made more acute in contexts of forced displacement. Women that are forced to be displaced are clearly affected. On the one hand, leaders and indigenous women in particular, who play a key role in the care for the environment, have become, because of their role as defenders of their land, they become targets of persecution. Refugee women and girls in forced displacement contexts are very often forced to become separated from their family members and support networks, including mothers that have to be separated from their boys and girls, their children. So children and teenagers have to assume care work at an early age, which has an impact on their development and on the exercise of rights like access to education and recreation.
These processes of loss caused by material losses and effective losses caused by human mobility have an impact on mental health and increase vulnerability during transit and at the destination. Displaced women have very few options to care for their dependents, so they have to face serious challenges to enter the labor market, as confirmed by a recent study by the UNHCR, together with highest non-environmental organization, where nearly 50% of the women surveyed work outside the home, and 92% work in the informal market. That means that from intersectional discrimination analysis, women and young children forced to be displaced can be one of the most seriously affected groups in the region by care work, which is exacerbated even further in the case of indigenous women, Afro-descendants, and women with disability, and those with a diverse sex orientation or diverse gender. And they also face care challenges. These displaced women are affected by xenophobia and discrimination. And it has been confirmed that in context of conflict and displacement, the risk to endure gender violence goes up. Gender discrimination keeps affecting access to nationality, documents, and there is a risk of not having a home. At the UNHCR, we recognize the significant efforts made in the effort to advance towards a better society in line with the key promise of the 2030 Agenda to leave no one behind. We make a call so that the differential needs are taken into account, the needs faced by refugees and those without a home. But we need in the region joint efforts, strengthening global mechanisms and the Global Compact on Refugees, together with regional mechanisms as the regional framework for the MIPS solutions and the regional conferences on migration. They are important mechanisms to make joint progress. With a view to the second Global Forum on Refugees to be held at the end of 2023, we invite states to double their efforts in order to help women and children in human mobility, supporting their resilience and the resilience of the host communities, improving their access to national protection systems. In that sense, the institution aspect by international and regional financial organizations, the private sector, regional bodies, and other actors is of the essence. In line with the principle of co-responsibility, we encourage actors to commit to increasing the support to women's members in the civil society, particularly organizations of displaced women, through regional mechanisms like the Body for the Support of Feminist Organizations. The UNHCR reiterates its will to work with every single government, international organization, the civil society, displaced people, and other actors to keep making progress together towards a more egalitarian and fair society for everyone. Thank you very much. So we thank our colleague from UNHCR and now UNDM, please. Dear everyone, warm greetings on behalf of the International Food Program, the HIV/AIDS, and the 3 UN bodies based in Rome and the FAO. We thank the invitation and we congratulate ECLAC for such a thorough report on care that will inform our work in the coming years. With this intervention, we would like to position food security and nutrition security as part of the framework to strengthen care systems. The FAO, FIDA, the World Program, recognize the need to support countries in order to close structural gaps that keep affecting women and children in all their diversity and which have an impact on their sustenance and means of life, particularly their limited access to productive means, which are fundamental, like ground financial services like credit, rural extension, and social protection. In 2021, 32% of women globally faced serious food insecurity in comparison with 28% of men. In Latin America, the gap was even wider by 12 percentage points. The redistribution and valorization of care is linked to the effort to guarantee the care of the environment. Indigenous women, particularly, produce food, they are custodians of knowledge and of ancestral farming practices, but care policies are practically non-existent in rural settings. We believe that gender equality and women empowerment and children empowerment should be a complex interdisciplinary action requiring actions involving different actors and different levels of intervention, taking into account the unpaid work burden facing women and children, especially in rural settings. Since 2019, FIDA and the World Food Programme have implemented a joint program on transformational gender approaches in collaboration with the European Union. The agencies have been working together in several countries in order to attain food security, better nutrition, and sustainable farming, dealing with the deep structural causes of gender inequality and discriminatory social practices. In Ecuador, the joint program has been working to reduce the gender gap and specific barriers faced by women in the rural environment and along the value chain in order to increase their autonomy, their control over resources and decision-making. For that, they are supporting the implementation of national policies. For example, the national strategy for rural women implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Purple Initiative by the Ministry of Social Inclusion. The 3 UN agencies believe that it is fundamental to implement programs for entry into the market, especially for women, in order to guarantee women's autonomy from the point of view of political aspects and the economy. We join the theme of this conference in order to develop systems which deal with the programs in order to better distribute care. Only in this way will we be able to attain sustainable, inclusive development, which leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear the following speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. From the Regional UNICEF Office for Latin America, we wish to greet Minister Ayelen Macida, presiding over the Ministry for Women, Gender and Diversity of the Argentine Republic, and wish all the best and her support during her chairmanship of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Greetings to the representative of the official delegations of the different countries, our colleagues from the civil society, and the colleagues of the different UN agencies. Our thanks in particular to the ECLAC colleagues and UN Women for the extraordinary work they've done to put together this historical conference. At UNICEF, we are happy because the gender agenda has recognized the pressing need to contribute to the burden of women and girls in the care duties and the poor working conditions of the caregivers. We celebrate the focus of the position document, and we congratulate the approach for the gender inequalities throughout the lifetime. As the position paper points out, the households in our region are already having to address intergenerational care that involve children, adolescents, and the elderly. We share with you the fact that we need to think of care policies and co-responsibility measures from an intergenerational perspective, which is key to put an end to the cycle of gender inequalities that needs to be built right from the early childhood. That's why at UNICEF, we're working together with UNFPA, UN Women, and ECLAC to speed up the actions to reduce the very high rates of child marriages and child unions. The exposure of girls to child marriages and child unions increase their burden of care, deviating them from the possibility of studying and putting them forth to exclusion, violence, and inequality when financial inequality. Data show that after sub-Saharan Africa, we're the second region with the highest rate worldwide. As we've seen in our presentation on the position paper of this conference, in Latin America and the Caribbean, 1 of every 5 girls is married or in a union before they're 18. the roles and the gender horrors take place in the household, family, and community. Right from the start, when it comes to socialized gender, the bases are set for the sexual division of labor, which is reproduced throughout a lifespan. We need to keep making progress and deconstruct roles and regulations right from early childhood to generate another models for relationship between boys and girls and between them and the adult world. We know that girls and adolescents develop care roles in their families, and precisely because of the gender roles that they learn right from the start. For instance, in a study that we're carrying out with data about the usage of time from Mexico to Colombia, we found that 20% of children from 10 to 18 care for younger brothers more or even more or the same as their parents and grandparents. The findings show the importance of acknowledging, measuring, and accounting for the care supplied by boys or girls as an important evidence to sign policies and programs. Regardless of the fact that childhood and adolescence has to put up with a lot of care, this isn't equally distributed between boys and girls. Girls provide more care than boys, and even more than their parents and grandparents, even before they reach maternity. Data show a specialization in the care activities. Girls and mothers are in charge of the more intense duties such as feeding or bathing, while boys and men participate in less demanding tasks such as supervision or playing. The care given by young girls, adolescents, have a strong effect on the exercise of their rights as the access to education, health, and in particular mental health, rest, and the time for entertainment or social involvement. The pandemic made this burden worse, jeopardizing the progress reached for women and the development of young women and men, increasing the vulnerability of poor women, especially those that are the heads of the households, adolescent mothers and migrant women, and those that have informal works. I want to comment and celebrate a historical fact during this regional conference as to the participation of a group of adolescents and young people full of energy and wanting to share their perspective for the care agenda of the region. They are the ones with the groups of representatives with a process of dialogue on the society of care that took place between 69 adolescents and young people, 15 to 24 of 21 countries of the region, of rural and urban areas, girls and adolescents, Afro-descendants, migrants, refugees, belonging to indigenous communities, including disabled women, and with sexual diversity. Amar Meneses from Ecuador, 20 years old, colleague of Daniela, whom we've heard this morning, is going to give her testimony about the perspective of young people and girls of this region. Go ahead, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm Marily Meneses. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Ecuador, and together with Daniela, we're part of the first group of young people and adolescents in being a part of this conference. We were happy to be taken into consideration, but here we are because the care jobs is also cross-cutting for young people. We're raised in a machista environment, guiding us not to fulfill our dreams outside our household and to be dependent. That's why we wanted to transform gender regulations, and we demand all administrations and governments to create spaces for reflection, create awareness, and visualize gender issues, rethinking the masculine roles and change social rules that mark women in caregiving roles, especially girls, adolescents, and young people. And all this with all the educational institutions at all levels, right from primary right up to the higher studies. And we also need to reform the study plans within a gender approach and to put this together with the involvement of students that need to train teachers and to make sure that young people, adolescents, need to keep on participating in lots of spaces for dialogue, political spaces, community spaces, without centering in ourselves in an intersectional way, building bridges, especially with adolescent girls and refugee women throughout the Latin American and Caribbean region. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the UNICEF delegate and with a letter from young people. And now we shall go on with the next speaker. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, authorities, ministers, and representatives of member states, Secretariat of the Regional Conference on Women, UN colleagues, and colleagues from other international agencies or regional agencies, and representatives of the civil society, friends, all of you. It's an honor for me to represent the Office of the High Commissioner of the UN for Human Rights. Our office greets and congratulates the publication that the Care Society recovers in a sustainable manner with gender equality, which is a document precisely which positions us as to care society regarding key issues for the future of our region. Precisely, our region has undergone multiple crises in the late years, generating devastating consequences very often. In that framework, human rights are key to construct the future we want. However, to expect to go back to the use normality and use lines of thoughts is not an option. The traditional models for caring systems based on unpaid work of women with the non-institutional caregiving in the households and including the disability in the households and elderly and the care having to be given to these. The speaker is apologizing. He's misplaced his place. So this is shown to be not to be functional, and thus the states, UN agencies, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders in the international level need to guarantee the active participation in a meaningful way of all those with entitlements on an equal footing, including men and women, people with disabilities, adults, elderly adults, young people, the youth, and any other person with rights that could have to face discrimination in an aggravated manner. An agenda for support and care needs to be based on rights, human rights, including gender equality, the rights of the people, of the international ages when it comes to disability throughout life, regional obligations resulting from the rights of elderly adults, and the non-acknowledgement of the rights of boys and girls. This is to be the basis for funding and to guide the design, monitoring, compilation of data for equalitarian treatment. To transform the systems for care needs to reconsider and redistribute care and reduce unpaid caring work. From the human rights perspective, this means we need, first, to recognize the work, the care work, unpaid or badly paid, by means of incorporating care economy as a constituent element within the social mesh, a responsibility shared integrally as part of the macroeconomic policy. Two, the recognition of the right to care as an economic and social right in the understanding of multiple dimensions, including those giving and receiving care with minimum social protection. And three, guaranteeing salaries and decent works for caregivers that are paid, including migrant workers. Second, reduce the burden of unpaid work and provide for care for oneself with an inclusive structure like transport, housing, water and sanitation, digital structures, and the supporting services for care, as well as technology and living in devices. And third, redistribute by preserving the public services in a quality public service by providing an answer in certain times. Care systems allowing for welfare, autonomy of people getting care, and the design of integral support systems reducing the work time given to care and to non-remunerated unpaid work in connection with the families and people with disabilities, granting remunerated or paid permits to men and women in equal footing, Upon concluding, I reiterate the commitment of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to support all efforts tending to develop systems for the support and inclusive development, transforming in the line of human rights international standards. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative of ACNUR. We have 3 interventions, so we're going to ask you to stick to the 3 minutes allotted. Now the IOM, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Minister, for giving the floor to the OIM, and thank you to all the ministers here with us today who have invited us, and we're honored to be able to be here making our voice heard on behalf of migrant workers. 49% of the migration in this region are women, and basically this migration is totally immersed in caregiving and in the caregiving chain, in the global caregiving chain, both with their responsibilities as to care given in their households that they've left behind, as in the new households that they've come to support, so that other women have an opportunity thanks to those that are caring for us. Basically, during the COVID-19, migrant workers were affected in all their migrating, traveling projects. Lots of women had to interrupt their traveling and had to stop all these dreams, and very often the need to be able to seek an opportunity. Likewise, lots of these women were affected, lost their jobs, and in many cases, and most of them, migrant women were the responsible for the caring lives of many deceased and sick people, given the fact that the health systems were no longer available, the schools had been closed, and the women, majority speaking, had undertaken responsibilities that very often they didn't even have access to a salary, and they had, in many cases, to accept being a victim of labor trafficking during the pandemic. The responsibilities for care exercised by women effectively have been transferred from a woman to another woman, and very often inside the families. This is the case of grannies and adolescent women who undertake the responsibility for care. This accounts for how many times there are precarious caring arrangements that are unsustainable, and very often transferring care means an overburden for women that undertake caring in the place of origin and at the same time stick to the responsibility of undertaking new care in the country of destination. We congratulate, we greet, and we thank the inclusion in the position document of migrant workers and migrant women, specifically when we talk about the main sources of occupation for migrant workers being basically amounting to 1/3 of the care sector in the different countries. Equally, we also celebrate the fact that you've included work done by migrant women in the different corridors, specifically in that meaning domestic work filled in countries as Argentina, Chile, and Costa Rica, as well as the importance we see that the increase of migration corridors have in the road towards the north. Equally, in this context, we also know that due to the health crisis in Latin America, the corridors and migration projects are again in full flow, feeding the recent increase in these flows, which indeed these migration movements have restarted and increased flows, and obviously the care chains generates, in this case, the need to create politics and recommendations that need to be sustainable for those that exercise care, which in this case is 90% filled up by migrant women. Equally, in a recent paper put together by the OIM, The main recommendations given to migrant women are inclusive, dealing with the development of policies on human mobility regarding gender, incorporating liaisons, links, the natural challenges, and the prevalence of human rights for migrant women. Equally, to promote and strengthen caring and protection mechanisms of migrant women specifically and migrant girls, as well as the implementation of prevention actions preventing violence, gender-based violence, which is a very important factor that migrant women have to face during migration processes. Equally, we recommend the promotion of rights, the guarantee of rights of migrant women that is part of the activity of caring, as well as decent work that needs to include all the rights specifically, and to develop a knowledge management process and capability development in migration issues specifically referred to the access to IT technology. Last but not least, data generation that are capable of visibilizing the inequality gaps, which allow for differential lines of actions for migrant women. Finally, I would like to mention in particular the Santiago commitment, where we've achieved support. We've been able to support different progress regarding the care and protection of migrant women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, IOM delegate. Next speaker, please.
Sorry? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say hello to all the participants to the 15th Regional Conference, especially the ministers and the leaders of women's organizations, the representatives, the UN family, members of international organizations. Especially thank you to feminist and women's organizations. We commend the organization of this conference, particularly the Argentinian Minister for Women, Ms. Ayala Messina, the outgoing Minister for Chile, Antonio Orellana, and especially all the friends, colleagues who have spent many sleepless nights in order to attend this event from UN Women, from ECLAC. Yeah, we embrace you and we congratulate you. And of course, and then we will have to share a drink, of course, that's on us. We commend the position document and we will send our documents. I will be very and really brief and will speak about two main issues. In our organization, PNUED, in our latest development human report, is the first time for 2 consecutive years is that human development is going backwards for second time since 1990, with a serious impact on Latin America and the Caribbean. The report, Uncertain Times and Unstable Lives. Tomorrow we will share some findings. It is necessary to think deeply about environmental crisis and their impact on the care agenda. In this context, the care agenda, as it has been said, it is urgent and more necessary than ever to redistribute the social organization of care. Feminisms have been denouncing this for years. We have to get visibility. The link between productive economy and the care economy in particular, and the activities and the work for reproduction and sustainability of life has become more evident than ever. And the PNUD, together with the UN agencies, we fully support the efforts of the countries in the design and implementation of comprehensive care systems. And also in the dialogue and regional exchanges, we have different areas to go deeper and more do work on a daily basis so that this is a reality. Two elements we want to mention. We believe in our region that women in all their diversity and families are the main sustenance and source of care, particularly this supply of care that the market, the state is not cost effective, is performed by communities. In this sense, we believe that the position document should be benefited by a deeper understanding and reflection on communal care. Tomorrow, we will be presenting a document in this regard. Communal care is a result for the survival of wide sector of the population, rural, indigenous women, peri-urban, urban women, in a condition of lack of protection and vulnerability. Soup kitchens have become the center stage, as we have seen. It is necessary to introduce this into the position document. The second comment, and we will delve into this more in detail tomorrow, and this would be beneficial for the position document. We need to better explore the link regarding responsibilities and environmental degradation so that we can better illustrate the impact, not only in terms of climate change and the climate crisis, but also recurrences, droughts, floods, natural disaster, loss of biodiversity, and also analyze their potential impact on domestic work and unpaid care work, both for the present and the future. In this sense, we make a proposal. We have to rethink, not only from the point of view of the climate crisis, but we have to fully understand the loss of biodiversity and its impact, as the FAO has said, on food systems. These social scourges are causing scourges on women and their provision of care work. Thank you very much. We will keep working on these areas. Tomorrow, we will be making and giving you more details on all these topics. Thank you very much and congratulations once again. Thank you very much to the PNUD. Now we give the floor to Minister Massini.
Thank you very much. We thank the comments made by all the delegations. I thank, besides, all the panelists that were with us today. I feel so proud of having shared with you this and also to have listened to the words of each delegation. I would like the secretary to take the floor to make a housekeeping announcement. Thank you very much, Minister. As from 8:15, there are side events, and tomorrow we will resume again at 9:30 to go on with what was adopted yesterday. Thank you very much.